All right, all right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. It's great to see you guys again. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. And thank you guys for joining me this morning for the morning show. A little bit of a different show this morning, but it's very much appreciated. Miss Barbara joined us, and I really, really enjoyed that conversation. Arctic Fox was up there with us, me, Doodle, Arctic, and Barbara. It was a wonderful show. And I really appreciate your time, Barbara, and your you voicing your feelings. We really appreciate you. We love you so much, Barbara. Thank you again for that. Tonight, guys, we're going to be looking into the Sarah Boone hearing. Good Lord. The updated Sarah Boone hearing and what went on with that. The updates in the Kentucky judge sheriff shooting and what's going on there. And what in God's name is going on in Chimney Rock, guys? That's going to be the shortest part of the show, but there's something strange happening over there. If it's true, good Lord Almighty, we're going to be looking into that as well. I don't know if I'm going to have a guest up here tonight. We shall see. If not, then it's just little old me, and that's okay too. So thank you all very much once again for joining us tonight, guys. I appreciate you guys so very much. Please hit that like button when you come through that door. Share this out to everywhere and anywhere you can think of. And let's get this party started if we can. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's great to have you guys here. It's so weird. It's pretty close to the way I look. Good job, Molly. So that's my new avatar for the screen. Welcome, 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 welcome. It is great to have you all back here with me. Sorry, guys, that ran twice. I got a little distracted. I was trying to figure a situation out. Give me a moment here as I get this set up, guys. Hmm. Let's see here. I don't know what is going on. That's crazy stuff. We got some stuff going on in other areas, but again, we will figure it out. Again, welcome everybody. Again, like I said, thank you all for joining me earlier today for the morning/afternoon show. Today we had Miss Barbara Hall with us today. Greatly appreciated that conversation. She was expressing how grateful that her and quite a few others are for the creators out here that have put the issues with her son's case out and many other cases. And Barbara, we love you and appreciate you again. Thank you for that. Arctic joined us as well as Doodle. It was a great show. So thank you all for tuning in for that. For those of you that were there, I see 33 amazing peeps in here right now. Guys, please hit the like button if you will. And share this out if you could, please. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab a seat. And let's get this thing started. I'm just going to give it a few minutes to get everybody in here. One moment, folks. I think YouTube made a mistake somewhere today. They've been having their issues lately. I think they did make a mistake. Yeah, I'm thinking, for those of you who can hear me and know what I'm talking about, I'm talking to my moderators about something, guys. I think it's a glitch. I think they're screwed up somewhere, and that can be dealt with and fixed, because I've dealt with things like that before, too. Come on in, everybody. Welcome to my Blue Crew. Thank you so much for joining me. I do appreciate you all so very much for everything you do, because we all know that I could not, would not, or should not ever try to do this without them. They are the bomb. Diggity bomb. For sure. All right, all right, all right. All righty, dighty. Let me see here. Let's see. Show. Show. By the way, I don't know if any of you guys can see it. Our awesome and lovely Mama Bear added new emoticons, emojis, whatever the heck you call them, over in the chat for you guys for the holidays, for all you awesome peeps. A little something that Mama Bear is very good at. Her and Molly are good at their little creation, so we got new ones for y'all. Just to change it up a little bit, guys. I'm trying to add some stuff and change some stuff and make some stuff and do some stuff and find some stuff and all that stuff and things. Anyway, welcome everybody. I don't think we can do them in StreamYard. It's weird. I don't think they offer that. That's the one thing I don't like StreamYard for a few reasons, but I don't like the other options. I think if we had OBS and stuff, I could run different things, but there's so many things with that, it's hard to run it. So, just saying. Just saying. All right. Body. So let's see who we got here. It looks like it says we got 39 awesome peeps in here with 27 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. And gracing us with their amazing presences. It's all of you peeps in here. It looks like the lovely Miss Wisdom Speaks, Miss Sherry, the channel mother, is in the house. Welcome, mother. Matahare, better known as Bling. Welcome back to you. Miss Molly Drake, good golly, good to see you. Molly, thank you for being here. SRBBBBBBBBBB. Welcome back to you. Chopper's in the house. Welcome back, Chopper. Good to see ya. Mocha, welcome back. Good to have you. And speaking of the lovely Miss Barbara Hall, welcome back, my dear. Wonderful to see you again. Thank you for joining us tonight. We also have the Squishy Bum from over the pond. Welcome back, Squishy. Dana Puppin Stuff. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Our friend Arctic in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Also, Miss Victoria and Angel, welcome back to you, Miss Victoria and Kitty. Great to have you here. Let's see. Miss Krista Williams, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Moon Lover, welcome back to you. Great to have you here again. Great to see you. Oh, Mama Doc back in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. Mr. Jeff H. Twice in one day. I am excited to see you, sir. Welcome, Jeffrey. Are we going to play this game? Play ping pong. Let's see here. Brady B, the OG in the house. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Let me see. So. Hello. I think I need to stop drinking coffee, you guys. I am wired for sound. Again, James Tate, welcome back to you. Let's see. Chickbait, welcome back. Good to see you, dear. Hope you're hanging around for a while. Tomboy in the house. Welcome back. Cassie Ermagerd. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure, Mr. James Tate. We appreciate you so very much. You and Miss Marion as well. Let me see. I'm gonna get angry because I'm gonna be missing somebody tonight that I don't want to be missing. Mystic Virgo, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Great to have you back. Leslie, Billy, always a pleasure. Haro. Cockney's back in the house. Welcome back to you. There's SRBBBBBB again. I see you. I think I got everybody. And the Mama Bear's in the house, everybody. Hold on to your seats. We don't get her long, but we get her. That's good enough for me. I am grateful for any time. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Yay. You are not lying, Chopper. Did you hear that story earlier, Bear, about the Streamyard thing? So you remember when we started Streamyard like 2-3 years ago, whatever? Yeah. It was like you had the 3 tiers. There was the very basic that was free, the mid-level, which is what most of us used, and then the pro, and it was basic was free. The mid-level was $28.99 a month, and then the higher one I think was $45 or something like that, right? Yeah. So some things happened around here. So I let my StreamYard thing go and I started using the free version of it. Okay. The basic version. There ain't nothing like that anymore, really. And they charge you like hours or something like that now. And once you run out of them hours, you're done for the month. Okay. So I was stuck and I was having a panic attack. I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened. I hadn't ever seen that happen before. Finally, I go into your account thing where you like sign up for it or you pay for your month or whatever you do. You know what I mean? Initially, I had it signed up and hooked up to my bank card to go for the mid-level, which was $28.99 a month. And you got all sorts of stuff for that. Welcome back, Elizabeth. Good to see you. And Miss Zelda, wonderful to have you here too. Anyway, so I go in looking for that to sign it back up for it to get it right and get going again, right? Otherwise, I couldn't do it because I ran out of hours in the free thing. Guess what happened? They jumped that up, the mid-level range, to $45.99 a month. And then the next step up, I swear, is like $99.99 a month or something like that. It's stupid expensive now. Now they did add some things, but it's nothing that I'm ever going to use. I think it's dumb. Are you still here?
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay. So my mic wasn't working
Oh, well,
for a minute.
it's all
It
sounds
is
good.
now. I just unplugged it and plugged it back in. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, mine does that. I have to reset it sometimes. So yeah, that's the
Yeah, that's
rate. It's stupid.
yeah.
They did it little by little, and or no,
I think I've always had the free one, but I obviously don't stream as much as you do. So
right, absolutely. And I still like. You'd think that the people that
that's
do
so
stream,
ridiculous. Would get
you
a cheaper.
right, exactly. I don't understand it. I might be looking into something different as much as I don't want to. Seriously, because that's stupid.
Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy. A
I
highway
mean,
robbery, right, Chopper?
that's what I'm saying. I mean, you would think that as much as we use this, they would give us like, like discounts or something on it, but nope.
Hmm.
Not at all. It's bullshit. 41 amazing, beautiful peeps in here. 34 likes. I'm really kind of angry about Alicia right now. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating.
I'm just like pissed, literally pissed, because she,
Well, you've had it happen to you.
in a sense, but not like that. Like that's bullshit. She didn't do anything.
I know, but it's the automated bots that scan stuff.
Right? They'll fix it. But meanwhile, what she's
They
stuck,
take 24 or 48 hours, though, is the bad part. And tomorrow's Friday, so I don't know.
and they hit her with it. Yeah, that's stupid. Like there's something not right. They've been making these mistakes lately, and I really don't like them at all. Doodle, I don't know if you saw the link in Discord. You're welcome if you're interested. If not, I understand. People get tired of me after a while. So, Molly, we got to make Mama Bear one of these too. I think these avatars are hilarious. Doodle has her own version of it, but I want one for you too
Huh.
that looks like you. I think they're cool.
Um, Alicia got her channel taken down because she broke the spamming community guidelines.
That's what they said, but that's not what
Yeah,
she did.
no.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And now she can't be in here unless she pulls another channel up.
Yeah.
Welcome, Steph. Not that Steph. Don't side eye me. Blankenship. I love saying her name. Wait. Where's Walt? Where's Walt? Is Paula here? No, Paula wasn't feeling good. She had a stomach thing. Either way, a Mama Bear's here. I'm excited to see you again. Thank you for being here. By the way, guys, look in the Streamyard or in the YouTube side of things. If you look at your chat, I'm pretty sure those are in there now.
I was going to say, did they show up? I don't have my YouTube up.
I think so. I think if you look next to your name, guys, there should be some new emoticons. Maybe. It's hard to tell. I think they're in there. I don't know if they're so small. I can't see very good. Molly. Oh, Lord, have mercy almighty again. Mama Duck gifted 5 new memberships. Wait, why does it say we only got 4 new members? Oh, there it goes. See? YouTube is messing up too. They have been. Tomboy's in the house.
I couldn't get those new things to load for anything. And I would take them out and then I would do one and it would just sit there and just spin and spin and spin. And I'm like, what is going on?
I don't get it. I don't know what's been going on. I don't know what's been going on. It's crazy. Hold on a minute, guys. Oh, well, we're gonna have to throw that up there too. Thank you, Arctic. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah,
Very much. What's that?
They're not in there.
They're not. I thought I seen
Nope.
something next to it. Well, we'll figure something out, you guys. We'll make it work somehow. I'll get in there and start looking too. So thank you, Mama Duck, so very much once again for gifting those 5 memberships to the cafe. It looks like Mystic Virgo was gifted a membership. Welcome back to the sauce, Mystic. Mama D gifted a membership. Welcome, Mama D. Mama Sita. We got a lot of mamas in here. Mama Sita was gifted a membership. Welcome to the sauce. Feel the love. Nano gifted a membership. That's Austin. Awesome. And Christina gifted a membership. Welcome to the sauce. New meatballs. And Mama Duck, thank you so very much. Quack, quack. I appreciate you so much. That's awesome. And congrats, everybody. Molly did that. She's pretty good at that stuff, Jeff. I'm really impressed. She's been making a lot of those lately. So, and yes, you are a meatball again, Mystic, back in the sauce. Thank you so very much. And thank you right there, SRB. The link to the lovely lady sitting next to me's channel, Mama Bear, that we really got to try to figure out something to do with this channel of yours and really get it rolling, because it's been a long time and you deserve to get something going with that. If you could ever get
I actually took, I think, all my videos down. I mean, I just privated them. There's no point in having the same 6 or 10 videos up there forever.
Well, you know, I was thinking about doing one night.
If you would do thinking.
Well, I was going to do it until I realized once again, I can no longer multi-stream like a split stream with anybody unless I have Pro, Streamyard Pro. It's stupid.
Are you kidding?
But I wanted to do, no. They gave us some things and took a bunch of other things away and added them to the other tier. It's such a pain in the butt. What I was going to say is maybe multi-streaming with you. You go live and I'll go live and join you and then stream it from here. But I looked at the thing and that's why I haven't been able, I couldn't do it with Taylor because of that. I didn't understand it because I was able to do it before. I used to do it with Blue all the time, you know, and I look back and it's like, nope, they changed all the tiers up now. So greed. Whatever.
Yep.
I hope everybody's feeling ducky tonight. That's for you, Mama Duck. I don't know. But Molly, if you get a chance, please, if you get bored, try to make one of them avatars up that looks like Mama Bear, please. If you don't mind.
It's really not necessary, Molly, if you don't have time.
If you have time, I said, and you're bored.
I'm saying it's really not necessary, but
I think it would be hilarious. They're cool. Look at that. I mean, the eyes are a little different, but for the most part,
I mean, she did an awesome job. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. Scared to see mine, I guess.
No, quit it. Yours would be awesome. Especially if she did it with the braided pigtails when you do those. I think that's.
Oh Lord, not the Santa one, SRB. No.
No. Quack, quack. No, not the Santa one. Never the Santa ones. We'd be a vulgar channel at that point.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, how was your day so far?
Pretty good. I'm tired, but that's good. I was going to join you, but I was just so tired. I was like, I'm about to go take a nap. I never did, but.
It's okay. I figured it was something like that. No.
Yeah.
Well, we all know that you don't get enough time to yourself or anything. So.
I assume she's still going out of town this weekend, so being good old Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
You'll be around those days?
No, I got to work those days.
Oh. Okay.
I'll be off Monday.
Well, hopefully we'll see you if you have nothing busy to do. What a mess. This is the worst and most full-time, part-time job I've ever seen in my life. Just saying. Remember, those were Mama Bear's words when she first got this job. Said, I may not be around so much because I got a part-time job. Just every now and then. Mm-hmm. It is her business at this point. She just doesn't get the profits from it. There's the problem.
Yeah, that was funny. My mom came over yesterday and she said, "How are you?" I said, "I'm tired." I said, "It's hard running your own business." She said,
Mm,
"Oh, you're running it now?" I said, "Well, feels like it sometimes."
you have been for like the past year at least, pretty
In
much.
April, it was a year, so we're going on a year and a half, almost 2.
Yes, it's been that long that I've been going
Yeah.
through the withdrawals of not having you around. Of course, I get
Yeah.
it. Listen to me, how selfish I'm being. Again, at the same time, this woman doesn't get any time to herself because when she is off, she's either coming in here trying to make sure I don't make a fool out of myself, or she's dealing with her family like she should be.
Mm,
There's no mama bear time anymore. One of these days, she's just gonna crawl into a cave and start hibernating and be done with everything.
yeah, pretty much.
And I wouldn't blame you. Crazy. Do you guys remember this? Right?
Elizabeth.
Yeah. Do you remember her? Remember this one?
Well, she made
Oh,
a comment, and she's like, "I don't know what Mama Bear looks like," so that's why I
mhm.
turned on my camera. It's like, "Here I am."
There she is. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know what you looked like for a long time. They know your voice, but the face, no, not so much. 50 people in here, 41 likes. You guys rock and roll. Let's mega match, guys. You guys are awesome. Very awesome.
Yes,
I
thank you.
did. I did see that 2 officers were convicted for Tyree Nichols.
Good.
So far. So far. We got 4 more, I think. And whoever else knows what else. I think there was a paramedic and somebody else that was being charged. So anyway, again, thank you guys for joining us this morning. It was a great show. Barbara, as always, we love you. And thank you so much for jumping up there with us and voicing your feelings and letting us know your appreciation and all that. We appreciate you so very much. See, look, I can fall asleep. Maybe if I hum at a low tone and sing to her, she'll
It will
fall
put me
asleep.
to sleep. Yeah.
Right? I'm sure it would. So that's why I grabbed her for like an hour. That's all I
Yeah.
get.
I was
So
like, I can go about 7:30, and then
I feel like I'm visiting a loved one in prison. I get an hour and we're done. You know what I mean? Just
yes,
saying.
Mystic Virgo. I am crocheting.
Are you really?
I'm gonna make me a granny square blanket of skulls.
That's small. Is that going to cover up? What are you going to cover up
No,
with? Oh,
they're
you're going to have multiple. Oh, those are cool.
they're skulls.
Yes, Mama Bear loves skulls, believe it or not. You wouldn't think so by hearing her voice, but she does. She makes skulls of different things. What the hell? Paper mache, or what's that called?
Paper sculpting, basically.
Yes, very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. That's going to look cool.
I hope so. We'll see.
Oh, it will, I'm sure.
There it is. There's my paper skull.
Yeah, I was watching her make that one. Look at that thing, you guys. Or no, that's not the one. You made that after. That's made out of paper, guys.
Yeah, that's paper. Oh, he's got a little dent in his head. Just like Dago. He's got a little dent.
That's wow. And the jaw moves. The jaw moves. That's crazy, folks.
Oh, that was the 3D puzzle.
It was plastic or something, I thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Very much. Very cool. She's very talented. Yeah. Everybody in this community is very talented. We got Tomboy, we got Mama Bear, we got Doodle, we got Molly, Wisdom. You guys are all talented. It's an eyeball.
I crocheted it.
That's really cool. What is it? Stuffed with that white stuff?
Yeah.
Like, so make 2 of those and throw them at people. I got my eye on you.
My emotional support pickle.
I love it. I love that. That's great. Emotional support pickle. That's awesome. That is great.
My flower. My rose.
Oh, wow. That's really good.
Thank you.
See? The talent is real, everybody. Put that back up there for a minute.
The rose?
Yeah. Holy shit. That's pretty cool. Barbara needs a whole bunch of emotional support pickles, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like a
This
jar of.
one, I'm going to try to redo. I've been playing a lot with the crochet lately. So, once again, it's a skull.
Is that like a bowl or something?
But, yeah. This is like a coaster or something that. But if I was to do like the white, I didn't have any pink at the time or purple, like the brain color.
Yeah.
So you do one more of these and then you fold it just right, and that way it looks like the brain.
Get the hell out of me. Thank you, Mother. That's really cool. Wow.
So yeah, that's what I've been doing lately.
You're really good at that stuff. Damn.
Yeah, but I can't make clothes.
I mean, I'm
That's
sure
okay.
they'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
I'd probably end up. I can't do that stuff. I'd have a. You guys would see me. I'd end up with a needle stuck in my eye or something. Like it just doesn't work for me. Eggs for Angel. Oh, that'd be cute, Victoria. So she can play with them. You throw them and let her play with them.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I don't have anything made. This crud. Oh, you're still
Oh,
not feeling good.
still? My goodness, hun.
I'm sorry, Tomboy. I hope you feel better. Everybody's sick. Tomboy wasn't feeling good. Molly wasn't feeling good. I think there's a couple other people that weren't. Paula had a stomach thing.
Drastic change in the weather.
Yeah, and this time of year has been crappy too. You kids go back to school and we all get sick. It's not cool.
Yeah.
Not at all. Speaking of which, let me let her know. Just in case. Awesome. Thanks, Arctic. I got that too. I might save those for in the morning. Actually, it's a good idea. Where is Miss Paula? Yeah. Hold on a minute.
I also did this one, but it was a lot more work than.
Hold on, I can't see. Whoa.
Isn't that trippy?
That is really trippy. Wow, that's cool. Like, yeah. You took that to a whole different level. What's up, Willard? Good to see you, Willie boy. Patricia, hello. Welcome to you. Why do I know that name, Patricia? I know that name. I don't know how, but welcome, Patricia. Somebody's watching you. Exactly. Elizabeth Lander. Namir.
Thank you.
Like, that's awesome stuff. Really cool. My wife's been doing her own little crafts when she has time too. She's doing like bigger scale, like crazy stuff. She took a mirror that we had, one of those old school mirrors that comes with like, you get those sets. They're like Victorian looking, like oval mirror, and it has the candle sconces that go with it, like that kind of stuff. So she took a mirror and she painted it black.
Awesome.
The outside of it with that chalk paint. So it's got a matte old color, and then we dry brush it to make it look used and wore out. And then she bought a skeleton hand at like Dollar Tree, and then we dry brushed that really good to make it look a lot more realistic. I'll have to bring it in and show you guys in a little while. But anyway, and we glued it to the mirror. So it looks like it's coming out of the mirror, and it's holding this little black lantern. It's got one of those battery operated flickery lights, and then there's like a web over it. It looks really cool. Really cool.
That's awesome.
Yes, she's been doing her thing when she gets a chance to, but she supposedly has to. There's a wedding coming up, and she has to bake all these cookies for the wedding. She got locked into doing it, tricked into it, I should say. But
yeah, we talked about that the other night. I was like, dude, that's not cool.
No, it sucks. So, hi, Miss Cassie. I see you. I said hi to you earlier, by the way. She didn't even pay attention to that. You see what I'm saying? Jeez. What's up with your kid? SRBBBBBBB. I'm just teasing. I've been messing with Cassie a lot lately. It's fun. She's the baby in here, so we have to pick on her.
Yep.
I know you did. You're fine, kid. What's up, Willard? Do I think Sarah will be found guilty? Yes, she is needy, isn't she, SRB? See? Jeez. Time to grow up. Anytime now, Cass. Like, time to detach, okay? Yeah, I think she will. I mean, come on. Like, the evidence is there. You know what I mean? It's there. So, SRB, excuse me, I've only bothered twice. Okay, whatever. So before we get into the Sarah stuff and anything else, something was sent to me, you guys, and I need to share this with you guys. If this is true, and I mean true, this is insane. And I'm telling you, I know Molly's going to jump all over this. I mean, literally. It reminds me of something else, is what I'm going to tell you. If this is true, like, what the actual hell is all I can say.
Whoever reported my video.
Hold on. I don't know who this woman is, but she's a TikToker. Just Tosh Time 2.0. I guess that's her name. Anyway, she put a video up, I guess. I didn't see the original video. And I guess somebody reported it. So she puts this up, and again, you know, to go back at that. Listen to this stuff. And I don't know if this is 100% true, but she's stating that it is. I guess she's got a source that's you know, pretty based on what she's saying that she trusts. So listen to this. This is in Chimney Rock, by the way. Obviously, you can see it on the screen. So
Whoever reported my
video, shame on you. I'm going to make it again because there was a young woman on a live today that attended the Chimney Rock community meeting. And she, a Chimney Rock resident, was telling everyone how in that meeting, the government officials told the Chimney Rock residents that they were going to bulldoze the town. Complete disregard to the bodies that were left. No informing of any of the families that may be looking for these people. Just bulldozed. And that they no longer owned their land. They could not return to their land. That the government was seizing their land. Just because it is not on ABC, CBS, NBC, and all of the other propaganda machines.
now the reason why this is bothering me, and the reason why I know Molly's going to jump on this, if we can go backwards and remember what happened in Maui, the Hawaii fires and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's almost the same scenario. How, if this is true, is this legal? Okay, so it says here, let me read this if I can. I can't read what says up there underneath Chimney Rock, and it says, I have something I could have imagined, even very recently. You always pick up and bury the dead. It's what humans do. They are violating every possible custom on purpose. Thank you for keeping me informed. People need to know about this. Let me know when you'd be comfortable with me posting to our forums in an anonymized fashion, of course. Them. You can post it. The message needs to get out. Something evil is going on in the North Carolina mountains. I just didn't want to be identified. Just today, we filled up a trailer for a shelter in Hendersonville, in North Carolina, by the way, that had no food for tons of moms and babies. All the stores around, I guess it means around, are empty or locked. In Chandler, North Carolina, 2,000 people haven't eaten anything or drank in 6 days and just got an SOS message out for help. I'm trying to tag the Cajun Navy and Operation Airdrop, but people are dying by the minute. Multiple Tuckers have reported having tires slashed. Our friends from Chimney Rock said they have heard multiple stories of people being robbed at gunpoint and trying to make supply runs. There might be more. Hold on.
Doesn't mean it's not true. The people of Chimney Rock are...
Damn it. Why does it go up so fast and go back down? Hold on, guys. Slashed. Our friends from Chimney Rock said that they have heard multiple stories of people being robbed at gunpoint. 2 people that drove down to Charlotte yesterday and today. 1 that we helped said bodies in trees all over ditches and major roads back. Something weird is going on here in North Carolina. Me. God bless you. Let me know if I can help them. Someone with a large national megaphone needs to amplify how bad it is. People are now starting to die. Trapped. My town is Operation Airdrop, North Carolina Central Command. They need pilots with planes and now are asking just for trucks. People with big equipment are needed, but more than anything, the nation needs to put pressure on Washington to deploy the National Guard ASAP. The 82nd was begged to go there Saturday, but has been told to stand down. Fucking Apache, we should be flying rescue missions. Please amplify the message. If this is real, guys, like what the hell? I'm just saying. Okay, let me let this play out.
Always said BlackRock and lithium mines. That would make sense.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Checkbait, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Can you see who they are, Bear? Because I can't see them real quick.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Thank you, hon. Yeah, Cass, this is insane.
It was Kim French, aka Shorty, Jeremy S., Sleuthy Goosey, and Just Me Sunshine.
Congrats to all of you. Welcome to the sauce. We got 10 new meatballs floating in the sauce tonight. Again, thank you, Chickbait, so much. God bless. We really appreciate that, dear, so very much. And thank you for being part of this community. We very much appreciate having you here. Congratulations.
It's a birthday month.
What's that?
She said, it's my birthday month. Gifting others is my jam.
That is awesome. You know when your birthday is, Chick, and we will make sure the whole world knows because that's how I do it in here. Sherry just said that they sent, because Sherry was helping to help load the food and stuff to send. She said they sent 10 trucks and they're being held up. What is going on, you guys? This is America, not Russia, okay?
Well, you heard about the strike and them closing the ports and all that, right?
I did, but still. Thank you, Molly.
I don't think it has anything to do with that, but
no, but like this is the government taking advantage of a bad situation to do whatever the hell they want. They're taking people's land away from them. How is that legal?
Yeah, I don't know.
Lithium mines, I believe, if I'm right, somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, I know. But that's what they use to make the lithium batteries and stuff like that for all the new electric stuff that is running on lithium. So, I don't know. Let me let this finish up here real quick. And
first, got that written down. Chickbait's birthday is the 21st.
This month. Okay. October 21st. Thank you.
You're
Somebody
welcome.
remind me that because I probably will, but I need to make a little post-it and stick it up here because I can't remember shit. All right, let's finish this up here.
Of Chimney Rock are saying this is true. And how dare you be so high and mighty that you think you are the source, the only source of information, that because you think it might be untrue that you're going to report my shit. Well, guess what, honey? I'm going to keep reporting on this because this is true. It's happening to fellow Americans. So TikTok, do what you do and please get the word out about these people and what our government is doing to them.
She's kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. And if this is true, you guys, what in the actual hell is going on? That's all I can say.
What's that?
Truth seekers in the house. Our son lives 2 hours out of Asheville and said that BlackRock has already bought up a lot of the land for. See, isn't this is the same thing that happened in Maui? Is it or is it not? They bought all that. They bought up all that land, and goddamn. So we're gonna put these people out of their homes. They don't even have the opportunity to own their land and rebuild. That what is going on, guys? Oh my God! Land of the free, home of the brave, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, Molly, maybe in this instance, but you're still crazy, sweetheart.
Oh, yeah. With this, no. But otherwise, yes, you're crazy. We know that. When in history has a hurricane ever affected the mountains? That's a good point, Wisdom. That's a huge point, truly.
Hi, Noni.
is onto something.
It's
Yes,
to
she
make
is.
the wealthy even more wealthy, as if these 1%ers are going to run out of money and the governmental powers that be are more than willing to help their rich donors.
Very good point, Noni, and welcome, by the way. Guys, I don't even know what to say. I really don't. I just thought this was kind of important, and I thought I should show you. And then Molly. Oh, okay. Molly dropped a video for me. Yeah. From, hold on.
Nope, that title is not clickbait. What's happening in 6
Sorry. Let's see this here real quick.
Little birds have been
Nope,
saying
that
title
title
is
is
not.
not.
Oh, sorry.
or
Sorry.
something that amplified it. That's okay.
What did you say, Mama Bear?
Molly said little birds have been saying that something was put in the storm or something that amplified it.
I've seen that too. I've actually saw that they launched little rocket type things into the storm, and that made it worse, into the clouds or something like that. Now, I don't know anything about that, guys. I can't clarify if that's something that's real. I've seen stories about that, though. So, you know how some of this stuff goes. You know, we'll see if it's taken out of the news or it's not in the news, but you know how this stuff works. Sherry said CERN. Gotcha.
Mountains move the wind, usually not the other way around, at
Yeah.
least for now. But
Yeah.
100 plus years from now, who knows? True.
No, I get it, Cassie. You see that picture of her, by the way? That's a pretty picture. I said that the other day. She had her hair in braids and took it out, and that's what it ended up like. It looks like she went and spent $150 to get her hair done, and that's all it was. Well, Sherry, you're not in the middle of this, are you? Or is this beyond you? I hope to God that you're not like anywhere around this, but my tin is a used cat can. Paradise, California, too. Yeah. Well, let me show this real quick that she put together.
Clickbait. What's happening in 6 southeastern states of the U.S. after the hurricane is eerily similar to what you and I witnessed in Maui last year. And just like last time, I'm going to keep you in the loop about what's going on behind the scenes because the mainstream media sure as hell will not tell you the full story. Make sure you watch until the end of this video, as what we're about to uncover is truly unbelievable. Now, I'm sure by now many of you have heard the devastating news about how the death toll has reached over 130 across different affected towns and cities. That number has quickly tripled just basically overnight. What you might not have heard, however, is the fact that despite all this destruction, the government is refusing to help out its very own people. And it all starts with the man on top who's sitting comfortably in the White House and straight up refusing to send any more resources to the affected areas.
Yes, it's tragic. As a matter of fact, we're trying to get the exact number. My FEMA advisor is on the ground in Florida right now. There's a distinction between the numbers that FEMA's used and the ones that are used by the locals. So it really is amazing. You saw the photographs. It's stunning.
It's unbelievable. It really is. Such a wide area.
And we've given them everything we have. We're on the ground ahead of time. So we're working hard.
Are there any more resources the federal government could be giving them?
No, we have pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they didn't ask for it yet. Hadn't asked for it yet.
Now, he's not wrong, and he did prepare for a disaster like this, but clearly those preparations have failed to alleviate the suffering of millions of people who are now homeless and wandering the streets looking for gas and food.
This is the line for gas. Wow.
Oh my God.
I'm videoing it. There we go.
These videos are only from 2 small towns, and trust me, things aren't much better in other places either. And yes, the question being asked in that clip is fair. Where the hell is FEMA? Well, according to this tweet, they're on standby, waiting for Joe Biden to give the orders. My daughter and 2 grandbabies, 1.5 and 2.5 years old, are in Spartanburg County, South Carolina, without electricity, phone service, internet, etc. And when I called FEMA today on their behalf, I was shocked to hear that Biden has not yet approved disaster assistance for individuals and households yet.
Do you think the government is doing enough?
Honestly, I don't know how you did not have a formal press conference or something from either President Biden or Kamala Harris. I mean, how do you not say anything for 4 days? They've been stranded for 4 days, and this is the first we've heard from them at all. FEMA is not on the ground there at all. They are not in these cities. Not in these towns and not in these villages.
Does your relative have food? Does she have water? Does she have the medication she needs?
They have a minimal amount of water. They have a minimal amount of food. They were able to get slightly down the mountain to get a little bit of gas, but they haven't been able to cut their way out yet.
Now, Donald Trump, who visited Georgia first, had this to say about the president and the vice president, who've been glaringly absent from.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that name. Ha. Awesome. Well, at least she's able to be here.
Yep. I told you she had an alt. I just couldn't remember what the name was.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're here, Alicia. I was really kind of upset about that. So, and I will fix that, at least this part of this.
From the scene.
The governor's doing a very good job. He's having a hard time getting the president on the phone. I guess they're not.
By the way, this is not meant to be a political situation, folks, or a political conversation. Yeah. I was just showing you that is being stated that's going on down there. This part of it, like I said, the political side of things, we're not going to get into that.
They're not being responsive. The federal government is not being responsive. But they're having a very hard time getting the president on the phone. He won't get on, and of course the vice president, she's out someplace campaigning, looking for money. So they have to be focused over here. This is a really bad one, and the governor's doing a good job, but he's having a hard time getting the president on the phone. They're being very non-responsive. We're also going to be we're talking with North Carolina. We're trying to get them hooked up with communication. They're totally closed.
Now, everybody needs to understand, we're in the middle of an election. He's going to say things like this, and it's all going to look that way on that side of things. So don't forget that, folks. Don't take this to heart, please. This part of it, at least. The other stuff that we saw first, yeah, okay, that's different. But this, don't take this to heart. This is going to be said by him and so on and so forth.
Right now, North Carolina has really been hit hard. Really been hit hard.
Now, the former president, Trump, was visiting Georgia while bringing some much-needed supplies, and in his short speech, he also promised restoration of communication, particularly in North Carolina, where some people are having trouble even contacting their loved ones.
Valdosta has been ravaged. The town is very, very badly hurting. And many thousands are without power. They're running low on food and fuel. We brought a lot of it down with us. It's going to be distributed now or soon throughout Georgia, as well as North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Virginia, Alabama, and Tennessee. That's our big one. And the devastation wrought by this storm is incredible. It's so extensive. Nobody thought this would be happening. They don't have communication. They don't have anything right now. We're trying to. I just spoke to Elon. I'm getting him. We want to get Starlink hooked up because they have.
Mind you, Elon is doing the Starlink thing, not him. Elon offered to do that. He's putting it out there for a month for free. So you guys know how this stuff goes.
Have no communication whatsoever. And Elon will always come through. We know that.
Now, Elon usually comes through, and I hope he does, because people need a way to communicate the problems they're facing in these small towns. As for what Donald Trump said about President Biden, let's give the man a chance to explain his actions.
He is lying. Let me get this straight. He's lying. And the governor told him he was lying. The governor told me he was lying. I've spoken to the governor, spending time with him, and he told me he's lying. I don't know why he does this.
And that is very true. The governor came out and said that's bullshit without saying the word bullshit. But yes, so it's all campaign stuff, guys. Please, that part of it is all campaign stuff. So remember that.
And the reason I get so angry about it, I don't care about what he says about me, but I care what he communicates to the people that are in need. He implies that we're not doing everything possible. We are. And you spoke to the governor. I assume you heard the Republican governor of Georgia talk about that he was on the phone with me more than once. So that's simply not true, and it's irresponsible.
So basically, he thinks he's done his entire job by simply giving the governor a phone call. I guess someone forgot to tell him once again that as the sitting president, he should try to visit these areas, if only to give the first responders a little boost of morale. But according to Joe Biden, he will only hinder the rescue efforts by going there.
I also want you to know, I'm committed to traveling to the impacted areas as soon as possible, but I've been told that it'd be disruptive if I did it right now. We will
Welcome,
not
Lisa.
do that at the risk of diverting or delaying any of the response assets needed to deal with this crisis. My first responsibility is to get all the help needed to those impacted areas. And I expect to be there. Excuse me, I have a cold. I expect to be there later this week. I and my team are in constant contact with the governors, mayors, and local leaders.
You heard the man. Don't expect him to show up in your town with trucks full of aid. Now, in his case, we can clearly see he's probably not healthy enough to travel for hours and visit these devastated communities. And we already know what kind of mindless plans he has about dealing with natural disasters.
Let me be clear. If you're in a state where hurricanes often strike, like Florida or the Gulf Coast or into Texas, a vital part of preparing for hurricane season is to get vaccinated now. Everything is more complicated if you're not vaccinated and a hurricane or natural disaster hits.
But surely the vice president can pause her campaign long enough to actually meet the people she plans to lead if she becomes the next president. And that's exactly what she did. She threw away her very busy itinerary and took a flight straight to D.C. because she also believes in phone calls instead of physical visits. In the Capitol, she visited the FEMA headquarters, and after all the briefings, she had this to say to the media.
Everyone who has been impacted by this storm, and to all of those of you who are rightly feeling overwhelmed by the destruction and the loss, our nation is with you. And President Biden and I, and all of the folks behind me, are with you. We will continue to do everything we can to help you recover and to help you rebuild, no matter how long it takes. And I do believe the true character of a nation is revealed in moments of hardship. Over the past few days, our nation has endured some of the worst destruction and devastation that we have seen in quite some time. And we have responded with our best, rising to a moment of crisis to do everything we can to lift up folks who deserve to be seen and heard.
Ma'am, the true character of a leader is also revealed in moments like these, and so far, we don't think you've looked like the stalwart leader that you claim to be. So let's also be clear. People are not checking on their neighbors because in many towns, entire neighborhoods are completely gone. And folks can't even open their doors to others if they don't even have a roof to shelter themselves. This is not a situation where you can ask the great people of this country to help themselves. They need federal help ASAP. And the response you've shown so far is not the one you can expect from the world's biggest economy. Now, we know why FEMA has been looking like a failure to so many people. I think Elon Musk pointed it out pretty well in this tweet. This is crazy. FEMA's top priority is supposed to be saving the lives of American citizens. He's referring to this mission statement on the FEMA website that states, the program supplements and expands ongoing work of local nonprofit and governmental local social service organizations to provide shelter, food, and supportive services to individuals and families who are experiencing or at risk of experiencing hunger and or homelessness. So basically, the agency is now mainly focused on providing food and shelter to homeless people, many of whom are illegal migrants.
Now, I'm not going to sit here, first of all, see, this is statements like this, they cause like turmoil between people, Victoria. There's no reason to say stuff like that, okay? You can have your belief, and I respect that wholeheartedly. I'm not saying you're right or wrong, and nobody else is. And there's no reason for people to be going back and forth over this. What I'm listening to and what I'm paying attention to are what the people that live in these areas are saying. I don't care about this. I don't care about what Trump says. I don't care about what Biden says. I care about what the people that live in the areas are saying. And if it's coming out of these areas that these people are saying this is happening and that's happening, that's what's important to me. None of this other political bullshit matters to me, okay? And I'm so tired of seeing people get pissed off over political comments and making it a political thing. It's just enough, okay? We need to worry about the people, our people, not him, not Trump, not anybody else. Who's lying? I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. I'm worried about the people, and that's all I'm worried about, period. There's no reason to be rude or jump on people or anything like that. I'm saying that to everybody, not anybody in particular. I'm just showing this because it leads back to that other thing, okay? And that's pretty much what this was about. So I just want to clarify that. The people is what's important. The people need to get the supplies they need. The people need to be able to survive. This kind of shit's crazy to me. It really is. And I don't like seeing things like this because just because we're not in the same states, just because we're not together, we're all still the same, as I always say, the same brothers and sisters under the same God, guys. We need to support each other. End of story. It's horrible to think that anybody is going without anything that has been through this. It's insane to me, and it's horrifying. So, again, I'm asking everybody, please, just to keep everybody in your prayers. Pray to God that something is done, and that the first video we watched is not, it's not going to happen that way. And that all the things we're hearing from the people down there, remember that that's coming out like this. This is not something somebody's making up. People are stating these things because they're experiencing them. It can't happen. Welcome, Walt. Good to see you. And it's okay that you're late. That's all I want to say about that, okay? And I want everybody to keep everybody that has been through this in your thoughts and prayers. Now, I'm telling you something else. 1 or 5 people saying something, you question it. When you have 10,000 people saying something, you got to kind of look at that as something, okay? It's important, folks. It's important. That's all I'm saying. I know for a fact that there were things that were put together. Wisdom Speaks, Miss Sherry was working, volunteering her time to help to put together these trucks full of supplies and stuff to get to these people. She herself said that they were stopped. They were halted. They're held up. Why? That's a problem. That's an issue. Those are the things that I have issues with, okay? And taking from the people that live here, what they've already lost everything, you're going to take something else from them. No, not okay. And again, we have to stand and say, no, that's not okay. Because if nobody does, then what's going to happen? Because what if it was us that was going through it? Just because we're not going through it right now, we would want the people that, like us, that aren't going through it like this, to stand up for us. And that's what we should all do for each other. That's all I'm saying. But the political bullshit and the I'm right about this and you're wrong about that, come on. We're too old for this shit. I don't give a shit about Republican, Democrat, any of that. I'm for humanity. That's what I'm for. So everybody understand that, please. That's what we should all be for. And I'm not trying to be nasty to anybody. I'm not being mean. This upsets me in a bad way. Welcome, Ange. Good to see you. And I appreciate you all being here. And this is why I don't like to have political conversations. Because even if you just get to the edge of something, it turns into one. So that's all I'm saying. I just pray to God that everybody down there and anybody that's been through this is okay. And they're going to be okay. And their families are going to be okay. and they're not going to starve to death. They're not going to not have water. They're not going to have medications. Like, no, that's not okay at all, folks. We know that. So I know there's a lot of people from my area here, firefighters, medical workers that have gone down there to try to help. And I know people personally that I'll be talking to that have done this, and I'm going to ask them, what's going on? What's the deal? You know, just saying. That's why I like you, not to be a fangirl. It's okay. You can be a fangirl. Good with that. Swell my head up. Anyway, but you know, I get what you mean. Can't talk national stuff without people getting right. Agreed. And I understand that. I love everybody in here. That's why I don't want anybody to get upset with anybody. So that's why we avoid these things. Welcome, Bonnie. Good to see you, dear. Anyway, that's what we need to think about right now is everybody down there, what they're going through, and pray to God for every one of them to get through this. That's what I want everybody in this community to do, because that's what we are. I don't care about anything else, you guys. This community, I don't care about that bullshit. It's not going to happen in here, okay? I'm not voting for anybody this year. I'll tell you all. And people that don't like that, I'm sorry. I am not. I don't like either side of this. That's my opinion, my right. That's why I'm doing it. So it is what it is. So that's what I want this community to focus on is the help that these people need and what they're going through, not this other stupid shit, please. And thank you all for hearing that. And again, I don't mean to offend anybody. I'm not trying to. I'm just telling you how I feel, and that's the way we should be as a people. So it's okay if you guys disagree. I respect that, but that's what I'm saying. So moving on. Thank you, Molly, for that. And Doodle for dropping that video for me, because if that's really happening, you guys, I am completely disgusted and sticking to my stomach over that. It's unbelievable. It really is. I pray to God that this turns out to be something that maybe was either misunderstood or is caught, and there's enough noise made about it, and they back away from doing the things that they're doing because it's not right. Good to see you, Get a Look, Steve. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so again, moving forward, let's get to the topic. And I hope everybody, again, I'm sending my thoughts and prayers to anybody and everybody that has been affected by this from this community and myself personally. And I will be praying for all of them, every single one of them. Let's see. Excuse me. So, as we all know, Little Miss Sarah Boone, the Loon, her trial is coming up, and we all know what she did. And there was a hearing, it was yesterday or the day before, I think. And it was kind of interesting. So I figured, because I've been following everything with this, and we're going to be covering the entire trial. I wanted to keep you guys up to date with this as well. Did you hear anything that different counties and areas were turning down FEMA? Or I've never heard that. I don't think anybody's turning anything down. I think the problem is that they're not getting enough, and that's the issue. So I haven't heard. It must be a rumor then, chick, because I haven't heard that at all. And yeah, this is a status hearing that we're about to look at, and it's interesting. I'll say that much.
Isn't it always?
Yeah, every time this woman opens her mouth or does anything, there's something weird. That's a fact, folks. Hold on here. Where are they? There they are. There's a couple variations of this stuff. It's pretty wild. I guess her attorney had some issues throughout this too. So,
oh boy.
Let me see here. Matahari, good to see you tonight. I remember ever seeing FEMA not show up for stuff like this. Hopefully they are on their way, and since communications are down, maybe they just don't know yet. That's all I'm hoping for. I agree with you, Matahari. I pray to God that they are. That's all we can do. And listen, guys, if in a few days, okay, or a week, that we get word that they're not, then we do what we got to do out here and make as much fucking noise as we can to make sure that something happens. That's all we can do. That's it. That's what we're here for. To make sure that these people, our people, get what they deserve. End of story. That's all we can do at this point. And pray. And that's really what I'm asking everybody to do. Because I promise you, if it comes to light that this is all true and this is what's going on, I promise you I will sit here every day and scream at the top of my lungs about that kind of shit, because you can't just ignore people, okay? We're human beings, and there's no way in hell I'm going to sit and let people do that. That's all. At least not without making noise. I'm obviously a nobody. I can't make anything change, but I promise you I will make a big deal about it. Okay. The same attorney that she's had, Terry, and welcome, by the way. This is so weird the way that they have this. There's sound, then there's not sound, then there is, then there's not. I don't think they know how to work the video on this for some reason.
Well, I thought it was weird because I was listening. I went all the way back to day one and was been watching the trial on Carly Gregg, and there's parts of that it like skips. It goes like quiet, and then they talk, and then it's quiet, and they talk, and I'm like, what is going on? Are they like redacting part of it, or what? It's weird and annoying.
She's back. Alicia, what'd you do?
Woohoo!
How'd you do it? It was a mistake, wasn't it? See, I told you. Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Alicia. Thank the Lord. I absolutely will, Chick Bait. No worries.
All right.
Thank God. What's that?
Noni said, where are all of the celebrities making noise and holding fundraisers? Tennessee has its fair share of celebs.
They need to be handing things out to people. I agree. Noni. There's a lot of people down there that could be helping with this. I've said that already once today, so yes. Alicia, what'd you do? How did you figure it out? I bet you were. I was almost in tears. There's no way I could do this without you in here. I mean, I truly, it doesn't matter what she did because I'm glad she's back, but I was just curious how the hell she figured it out or what it was.
Mm-hmm. That quick, too.
I clicked recover account and then tried again. Never got anything back about my... It was a glitch. I'm telling you, it was a damn glitch.
Yep.
They need to get their
Sounds
shit in
like
order.
it.
Same thing that was my thing was too. Yes. All right. Let's get this rolling. I'm going to find where it starts. All right. And get the audio. Let me know if anybody, when it does start to give audio, if you hear it. They don't play the audio until the judge walks into the courtroom. All right. Hold on.
Oh my gosh, Chick Bait.
All right, here we go. My therapist said if I had extra money, send it to her. I sent it to True Crime Cafe instead because I'm a rep. I love you, Chick. You're such a jerk. You're a trip. Anyway, thank you very much. I think. Welcome back. Welcome back, Alicia. God bless. I'm super happy you're back. She said, "Don't spend it on booze. I gave the rest to you, and that's healthy." Well, I don't drink, so you ain't got to worry about me doing it. Jeez, that's wow. All right, let's see what's going on here. It is funny. You're a trip, absolute trip, Chick. I love it.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Here it goes, guys.
I do. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Boone, good afternoon. If you could please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me.
Sarah Boone,
10-10-77.
Okay, we're here on several different matters, including a motion to suppress, specifically the motion to suppress defendant statements at OCSO filed September 24, 2024. The amended motion to suppress defendant statements at OCSO filed September 30, 2024. And then just what was filed this afternoon at 2:35 p.m., defendant's second amended motion to suppress defendant statements at OCSO. State, have you had the opportunity to review the second amended motion? Are you ready to proceed on that today? Okay. Are there any housekeeping matters we need to address from the state side of the ledger?
Not on that motion.
Okay. Any housekeeping matters on your side of the ledger, sir, with regard to those motions to suppress?
No, sir, Judge. I believe we've got two detectives outside to testify, and we've also got the custodian of records from the Orange County Sheriff's Department relating to the Miranda card and the policy and procedure.
Is that?
Are you getting an echo, Bear?
I wasn't really listening because Noise in here talking to me.
Oh,
But
hey, Noise.
it sounded a little echoey.
Let me try it again. See what happens.
Ego said hi.
A valid argument that you're still embarking on this afternoon based
think
on
it's
what's
their
in your
audio.
second amended motion.
Yes.
Okay, so
Okay, we're good.
Sufficiency of the Miranda waiver is still at play.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. With regard to the other motions that were set for today, and I have reviewed the state's motion to strike, and I have reviewed all of the case law authorities that y'all have provided to me as well. With regard to the defendant's motion for hair, cosmetics, civilian and clothing without restraints for trial, Mr. J, do you have?
Yeah, I have to. Well, that's probably why they're together, Sherry. I agree with you on that one. He's goofy, honestly. But Dale, that's all I can say. But Fangu.
Any position with regard to the restraints at trial portion of that motion?
I believe the law of the case has already been settled on that issue.
Okay, all right, we'll entertain argument when we get there. And I've also reviewed the state's request for protective order filed September 30, which is also set to be heard this afternoon. With that, we'll begin with the motions to suppress. State, you can call your first witness.
Judge, I'm not objecting to the authenticity of whatever it is he subpoenaed. I've been getting some of the documents. Orange County Sheriff's Office General Order 711. I don't see any need to belabor the custodian of records sitting around. Was there something else? Is there actually a Miranda card?
Yeah, if you look in the very back. You look in the very back.
Okay.
You see the Miranda card, the last page, and the next to the last page.
Yeah, there's no need to keep the custodian of records around for authenticity. We still have our objections.
Okay, all right. Can the custodian then be released by virtue of the state's stipulation as to that, those records?
Yes, can I go tell what you do?
Yes. I also have reviewed the 2 hour and 6 minute investigation that's pertinent to the motion to suppress. The court has reviewed the entire video. With that, state, you may proceed.
State would ask the court if the clerk who marked A for identification is a DVD, courtesy copy, body worn camera.
And I have reviewed all of those in advance of today's hearing. Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States A will be received into evidence without objection as States 1.
Their audio is horrible. You guys remember the last hearing when they had that other gentleman come on another TV? It sounded like he was screaming into the microphone. First
Good
witness.
afternoon, ma'am. Could you state your full name for the record and spell it for us?
Chelsea Castle.
Koepsey. Last name is Koepsell.
Thank you. Counselor Main Court.
Thank you. Where do you work, ma'am?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for Sheriff Mina?
I am a homicide.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
Over 6 years.
And what's your total experience with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Wait a minute. This is not the same detective, is it? That initially arrested her? Is that the same one?
I don't remember. That's been a
The
minute ago.
face looks the same, but oh, she was pregnant then. So yeah, she's probably lost a bunch of weight. Okay. That explains. Gotcha. So this is for those of you that don't know, I remember her name was Chelsea, yes. So this is the detective that did the interrogation with Sarah, the arrest, all that stuff. So, and like I said, she was pregnant at the time. So interesting. We get to hear from her. Great.
In terms of years?
I'm going on 12 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience prior to joining the Sheriff's Office? And in the homicide unit, how is it that you get notified that you shall be the lead investigator on a case?
So for this case specifically, my team was on call that week for homicides. And so on the scene, to notify the call center, to notify the on-call homicide.
All right. And is it fair to say that you guys have 3 teams of 4?
Yes.
And each of the third weeks you will be on call?
Yes.
And then through some other random distribution, it's determined who of the 4 will be the lead?
Correct.
And it was your turn to investigate the death of Jorge Torres?
Yes.
And you were notified of this on February 24th of 2020 in the afternoon?
Yes.
About what time were you notified?
I would have to look at the catch sheet to recall directly, but I would assume within 30 minutes to an hour of deputies being on scene.
All right. And do you go to the scene first or do you do anything else?
For this particular incident, I got my partner, Detective Stein, and we headed out to the scene.
All right. And when you got to the scene, what did you do?
I met with the deputies there, and they kind of just briefed me on what was going on and what they responded to.
Did you do a walk through the scene?
I did, yes.
And then was a search warrant drafted for the residence?
Yes.
And later executed?
Correct.
Did you have any contact with somebody identified to you as Sarah Boone on the scene?
Yes.
Do you see Sarah Boone in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point out where she is and what she's wearing?
She's over here on my left, and she's wearing blue.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
When did you first have contact with her?
If I'm not mistaken, she was outside of the apartment when I got there. So once I spoke with deputies, I then went and introduced myself to her.
All right. And did you ask her any questions at this time as you guys are standing outside of the residence?
Not like detailed questions about like what happened, because I've already was told about it.
You didn't have to do that, chick bait. You should have spent that on yourself.
Aw.
Thank you. Again, 5 more memberships. Can you see who got those, Bear?
Yep. Stuart's mom, would-be girl, gal, Adelax, Thai food, and Metamom Christy. Welcome, guys.
Congrats. That's so awesome. And chick bait, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Chick Bait.
We really appreciate that so very much. That's amazing. I know you did. And I really appreciate you. So that we all do. I mean, the members are growing again. That from my heart, thank you very much. It really means a lot. It really does. It's amazing. And so are you. God bless. We really appreciate that. And welcome again. Welcome to the sauce. This pot's filling up again, guys. We may have to move into a new pot again. So thank you again, Chick Bait. That's amazing. God bless. Very much. Same to you, dear. Same to you.
By deputies what she had told them. So it's more just to like introduce myself and to let her know, we're doing a search warrant and the procedures of how we do things.
And when you respond to a scene, do you respond in plain clothes?
I do, yeah, like business professional.
Like what you're wearing?
Yes.
And when you made contact with her outside of her residence for this first contact, were you alone or was your partner Scott Lowen with you?
I believe Scott was with me.
And was he also similarly dressed in business casual?
Yes.
All right. And so how long was this initial interaction with Ms. Boone?
Not long. Maybe a couple minutes, 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. And this was out on the sidewalk in front of her home?
Thank you, Brandy. Love you, dear, for the super sticker. I can't see what it is, but thank you. She's got that avatar looking thing too. I love it. Thank you so much, Brandy. We love you. Matthew told you to. Well, tell Matthew we love him too. Give him a big old hug from us. We love him. Tell him Uncle Dago said thank you and give him a high five. Thank you very much. God bless. Thank you again so very much. You guys are amazing people. You really are. All of you. Thank you so much.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, she was at a neighbor's residence, like sitting out on their like front porch area.
You recall what you asked her in this initial contact?
Do I recall what?
You asked her?
No.
Okay. So it was just a couple of minutes that you were there with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what do you do after your first contact with her?
So once I did my walkthrough, we decided to go with a search warrant for the scene. So that was written by somebody else. And then once that was executed, we went in there further with CSIs. And then
Awesome, Green Eye.
we talked to Brian Boone, which was the ex-husband. And then I believe we then sat there and into our unmarked vehicle and had a conversation with her.
Was that conversation in the unmarked vehicle recorded?
Yes, audio recorded.
And can you describe this unmarked vehicle for the court?
At the time, I was in an unmarked Pathfinder, so it was like gray in color. Didn't look like it didn't say like law enforcement or police or anything on the exterior. And there were lights like inside.
Where did everybody sit in this Pathfinder?
I sat in the driver's seat. Sarah sat in the front passenger seat, and Detective Scott Lowen sat in the back seat.
Did you have any conversation with her about the facts of the case or your investigation that wasn't recorded inside the car?
No.
And that was all recorded and turned over to the state attorney's office?
Yes.
And you announced the date and time of the start of this interview on that recording, did you not?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it had been about 3 or 4 hours since the initial call out for 911?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, because I believe we started interviewing her right before 5 p.m.
And is there any particular reason for executing the search warrant and speaking to another witness or witnesses prior to interviewing Miss Boone?
Just based off the situation and what was happening.
Okay. Is it in any way unusual to gather evidence before talking to the last person to see a decedent alive? At some point during this day, which was February 24th of 2020, was her cellular phone device collected?
It was.
And when was that?
That same day.
I mean, when time-wise and in relation to talking to her?
Oh, well, I noticed the phone was in the kitchen area, but I didn't touch anything until CSIs documented everything, photographs. So I don't think I really touched it until after I had talked to her about going through it.
All right. And ultimately, was she placed under arrest on February 24th, 2020?
No.
After she got out of her car, was she free to remain on the scene or free to leave?
Not go back in her house.
Prior to that, had she been detained and requested not to leave the scene?
Right.
Prior to your interview with her in the car, had she been asked or ordered to stay on the scene?
Not by me.
February 25th, was there a second interview conducted with you and Detective Lowen with Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Prior to this interview, had her phone been extracted by any member of the digital forensics team at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
All right, and had you reviewed some of the evidence on there?
Yes.
You had requested that Ms. Boone come down to the sheriff's office rather than you returning to the scene?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
It's more of a controlled setting for law enforcement. We were able to audio and video record at the sheriff's office, and she had mentioned that she might not be staying at her apartment, and so I didn't want to go to the ex-husband's residence where her potential child was, so I just felt it was a more controlled setting at the sheriff's office.
All right, and when Ms. Boone arrives at the sheriff's office, who goes down to greet her and where?
It was not me. But she would have gone in through, we have two entryways, so either on the record side or on the opposite side. And she would have to go up to the window and request that she was there to meet with me. They would call me. I would tell them yes, sign her in. And then if I'm not mistaken, I believe Detective Lowen went down and got her.
All right, so you're describing two separate entrances that members of the public can come and go through?
Yes.
As opposed to separate entrances that might be in the back of your building where people are not free to come in and out of without a swipe card?
Yeah, the public doesn't have access.
All right. Now, in relationship to those two entrances, which I assume are on the first floor of the building, is that a safe assumption?
Yes,
Where are the CID or the Investigation Division's interview rooms?
they are located upstairs.
All right. And is she allowed to just walk up to the second floor interview room, or does she have to be with an employee of the sheriff's office?
She would have to be with an employee of the sheriff's office.
And your testimony is it wasn't you?
Then I don't believe so, no.
Now tell us about these interview rooms.
We have 4 interview rooms that are audio and video recorded.
Okay. And they have, you said they're video recorded. Was the interview with Ms. Boone video recorded by the sheriff's office equipment?
Yes.
Was there any conversation about the case or the investigation with her that did not occur inside that room with the recording going?
No.
Okay. I don't have other questions of this witness.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes. Detective, I'm James Owens. I met you outside just a few minutes ago, and you know I represent Sarah Boone. Detective, have you had a chance to review any paperwork related to this case prior to this hearing?
I have looked at my investigative report, and I have looked at some policies, but they were from current.
Have you had a chance to view Deputy Kayla Rodriguez's body cam video prior to today?
I've seen it. I have not seen it recently.
Have you had a chance to review and listen to the audio interrogation that was in the unmarked vehicle that you did of Sarah Boone on the day in question?
Yes, I have reviewed that.
And have you had a chance to review the approximate 2-hour interrogation video at the Orange County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that
Terry, this is the defense now. The first one that was asking questions was the prosecution. This is a cross-examination now.
prior to you asking Sarah Boone to enter this unmarked vehicle for this interrogation with Detective Lowen, that you did a preliminary investigation as to whether or not this was potentially a homicide?
Yes.
And you would have viewed the scene inside the apartment?
Yes.
And you would have spoken to Deputy Rodriguez about what she knew about the situation?
Yes.
And you would speak to Deputy Rodriguez about what Sarah Boone had said had happened?
Correct.
And did you talk to any other people there about the situation prior to speaking with Sarah Boone about the facts in this case?
Just Brian Boone.
Okay. And was that conversation recorded with Brian Boone?
Yes.
And would that have been in your squad car?
Potentially. I didn't listen to that interview. I don't know if we interviewed him outside or in my car.
Was he Mirandized?
No.
Okay. So although he was at the scene when y'all showed up, he was not considered a suspect or person of interest?
No.
At some point, did you determine that Sarah Boone was a suspect or person of interest?
At some point, yes.
Tell us when that happened.
The next day.
Okay, so at the time of this event, your initial appearance there at the scene, which I understand you must have stayed 4 or 5 hours?
Probably.
Okay. At that point, at no time did y'all consider Sarah Boone a suspect?
Well, it's difficult to the way you're asking, but she was the only one there. She's claiming that no one else was there. So what I was being told would mean that she was the only person of interest in that situation. But due to not having the autopsy results, we just interviewed her initially, got her initial statement, and then pending, once the autopsy was completed the next morning, was when I already knew I was going to meet with her again to discuss the autopsy results. So then we had another interview with her where she was Mirandized and she went to jail later that evening.
While you were there on scene, I know at some point you saw her phone on the kitchen counter?
I did.
All right.
Or maybe on the microwave. It was somewhere in the kitchen.
All right. And at some point you went to Sarah Boone and you asked her for the password to open the phone.
We asked to go through her phone.
Did you ask Sarah Boone, can I have the password so I can go through your phone?
Yes, after she signed the consent form.
Okay, so not before? You didn't ask her before you asked her to sign the consent form? Sarah, give me the password to your phone.
Not that I recall, but I would normally have her sign the consent form first for her consenting to go into the phone and then gather the passcode or whatever it is.
Well, how would that have even come about then? I mean, how would you have approached her about signing the waiver to consent to searching the phone?
She called 911. So I told her that we needed to corroborate her story as to what occurred. Okay. And so to do that, I wanted to go through her phone.
All right, do you know about what time she signed the consent?
No, I don't think it requires a time on there. but it was when we were on the scene initially.
Was it prior to her interrogation in the unmarked vehicle?
Yes.
And after she signed the consent, did your testimony is you asked her for her password and she gave you her password after signing the consent to search the phone?
Yes, I didn't touch the phone until my digital came.
All right. You're talking about the digital investigator, and they have the ability to open up the phone and search the phone?
With or without a password, yes.
But y'all utilized the password that Sarah had given, had you not?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you know how long it took for the digital investigator to show up after you arrived?
Oh yeah, she didn't come until later. I believe around 7 p.m.
Okay.
That's when in the CAD sheet she arrived.
And you know there were two videos on Sarah's phone.
After I spoke to Sarah.
I'm sorry?
After I spoke to Sarah?
All right. So what I'm gathering from what you just said is at some point you asked or directed Sarah Boone into your unmarked vehicle where you interrogated her. Is that correct?
Where we completed an interview? Yes, sir.
And your testimony is that you did not view the videos that were found on her phone. And I'm referring to the 2-minute video of George in the suitcase. And then some time went by, and I think there was about a 22-second video of George in the suitcase that Sarah took of him in the suitcase. Your testimony is prior to you putting her in your unmarked vehicle that you were not aware of those 2 videos.
That's correct, sir. I did not go through her phone until digital forensics came out and then went into her phone. And then she brought me over to her van to tell me about the videos and what she found.
All right. So your testimony is at the time that Sarah Boone was interviewed in your vehicle.
How many times is this guy going to ask the same damn question, you guys? This is ridiculous. He's trying to try to catch her because obviously Sarah is telling them that that's not what happened. This is ridiculous.
That the forensic phone investigator had not arrived.
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell Sarah, I know we saw the audio once you get in the car, but did you talk to Sarah before y'all got in the vehicle?
Of course.
And did you tell Sarah that y'all wanted to talk to her and this was routine protocol?
Yeah, but I wanted to have a conversation with her. And once I had walked through the house and saw what I was working with, we would have that conversation.
Did you tell her that interviewing her in a squad car was routine protocol to your investigation?
I don't recall if I specifically said that, sir. This was 2020.
Okay. If she recalled that, would you dispute it?
Objection, improper question. Sustained.
Your testimony is you don't remember saying that.
I don't remember specifically saying what. One more time. What is it that she claimed that I said?
Routine protocol.
I would not interview her, not in my unmarked car. So my routine protocol, sure, I would do that. I would interview her in a spot where no one can hear us.
And you would explain to her why you were doing that, wouldn't you?
Would I explain to her why we were sitting in my car?
Yeah.
Standing?
Yes.
No.
Well, you would have to tell her something.
I said, yes, we're going to go have a conversation in my car now.
Okay. And did she have any questions that you recall about what's this about? And you could potentially explain to her that this is routine?
It was all explained on the audio recording.
Okay. But you agree you had conversation with her before you got into the car with her?
Yes, I definitely directed her to get into the front passenger seat.
Yes, he does. I agree with you on that,
Okay.
Sherry.
And you don't recall whether or not you said this is routine protocol to come into the car and talk to me?
Those words specifically, no. But I would have talked to her in the vehicle regardless. I would not have talked to her outside of my vehicle.
All right. Now, once inside the squad car, you were there with the other detective, Detective Lowen. Okay. And you read her the Miranda rights card, correct?
Yes, from my card. Yes.
Do you agree that you didn't ask her the last question, number 9?
Objection, relevance. Response.
Judge, we're here on a hearing on the issue about the interrogation.
The case law that you provided to me, none of it stands for the proposition. Miranda identifies the 4 things that need to be addressed. Not one of the cases talks about that issue of reading that language at the bottom of the card that is in the motion upon information and belief. This is what it says. So how's it relevant for the purposes of today?
Well, it's relevant because that's the policy of her department.
But what does the policy have? But now we're getting away from the card to now the policy. There's nothing about the policy right now. The question is about what the card says.
Okay. The card is the policy, and the policy is the policy. They're intertwined. They refer to each other.
And just so everybody knows, we looked into this after the last hearing. As long as the suspect understands the gist of the Miranda rights, that's all that matters in the state of Florida. That last word or last sentence does not matter. This is a ridiculous argument and a bunch of bullshit that they're trying to use to get this fool out of trouble. That's all it is.
Our argument is that she did not waive her rights.
But that's a different issue than what is on the card.
I understand, but it's a coercive question about her not doing that, which was the policy of her sheriff's department. She elected not to do that. She wanted a statement from Sarah Boone at the scene. She wanted a statement from Sarah Boone at the sheriff's department. She elected not to answer a question that the policy says read verbatim from the card. Why did she not want it? Our position is it was an attempt by this detective to coerce Sarah Boone into talking.
On February 24th or on February 25th?
On February 25th. This interrogation ties into that one. She used the same routine protocol that she used for the second one. The first one, she claims that my client wasn't a suspect, wasn't a person of interest. At the sheriff's department, I'm sure, I haven't talked to her about it yet, but I'm sure she's going to say, yes, she was a suspect. Yes, she was a person of interest. Yes, we had probable cause to arrest her prior to her giving a statement. But what she said in terms of routine protocol the day before was what Sarah was relying on when she said routine protocol, when she questioned the detective about routine protocol the very next day in the interrogation room. And for her not to give that question goes to the totality of the circumstances as to whether or not my client, Sarah Boone, actually waived her right to remain silent. If she understood her rights, and then she consciously and freely waived her rights. She was not asked that question. She was not asked that question in the car. She was not asked that question. But that totality of the circumstances comes into play for the court to consider, this court or an appellate court to consider, as to whether or not that statement should be suppressed.
Any other response?
Judge, just like it's irrelevant what the sheriff's office policy is compared to what the Florida case law says about our right to not be compelled to give statements under our Constitution in the state of Florida or the United States, and federal case law and the state case law interpreting the United States Constitution, the policy is irrelevant, and the officer's subjective intent is completely irrelevant in a motion to suppress, just like it would be in a traffic stop under Wren versus United States. What matters is objectively what was spoken to the defendant, and I would ask that we honor the local administrative order and call people by their surnames and not their first names. What matters is that the defendant was read what the case law requires. Anything about the policy, anything about the officer's subjective intent is completely outside of all the case law submitted by both the parties.
Last bite at the apple.
I'm sorry?
Last bite at the apple. Last bite at the apple. Any other argument?
We're talking about the totality of the circumstances, whether it was coerced or not. You can take any technique or a non-technique, something that you use or don't use, to establish whether or not it was coerced or not. The fact that she didn't read, do you understand the rights? Do you understand these rights, which is the form, the Miranda warning form? Do you wish to talk to us at any time?
Thank you, Barbara.
That's on the waiver affidavit. On the other form, which is the policies form, it says, do you understand these rights? And then the question number 9, do you wish to talk to us at this time?
Objections overruled.
Thank you. And you're referring about surname. What do you mean by that? You mean,
That means last name.
okay, what did I say? This detective?
Keep calling the defendant by her first name.
All right. Can I say Sarah Boone?
Either Miss Boone or Sarah Boone, that's fine. You may proceed.
Have you had a chance to look at the standardized Miranda card issued by the Orange County Sheriff's Office? Do you agree that you did not read the 9 questions to her in your squad car?
All 9 questions?
Correct.
No, I did not read all 9 questions.
Do you know how many questions you did read to her?
8.
Okay. And the question you omitted is question number 9. Is that correct?
Yes, it's actually not on my Miranda card.
I'm sorry?
It's not on my Miranda card that I read from. Continue.
What do you mean by that? It was the card that you read, it was not on the card?
Number 9, no, not on my card. We have multiple Miranda cards at the sheriff's office, but yes, that is the in reference to the policy. Yes, it is the policy.
Well, somebody dropped the ball somewhere. Did you fail to get
Sustained.
did you fail to get the most updated card, or how did that happen that the 9th question was not on your Miranda rights card?
I've had that card since I started being convicted in sex crimes in 2013.
Have you become aware as it relates to following this motion?
I've become more aware, yes, that there is that card.
Have you gone and gotten the updated card?
Objection, relevance, sustained.
When y'all took her phone, detective, did you tell Sarah Boone that you would be returning to her apartment the following afternoon to give her phone back? You did not tell her that?
No, I listened to all my interviews. Everything that's been audio recorded. No, I did not tell her that. We had plans to meet at the sheriff's office.
Or tell me what you understood the conversation was as it relates to her getting her phone back.
I'm sure she asked when she'd be getting her phone back, and I didn't give her a detailed timeline. I said that I don't even know if I told her that I decided to write a search warrant on it because I don't need to tell her that. It's evidence in a crime. I'm allowed to take it, and so I took it, and I wrote a search warrant for it.
Okay. But you don't recall ever having a discussion with Sarah Boone about when you were going to return her phone?
Specifically returning her phone, no.
Okay. Do you recall her calling you later that evening on your cell phone? From her husband's phone? You don't recall that conversation? She called you later that evening?
Do you have documentation of the phone call?
I have her testimony.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't recall the phone conversation.
Excuse me?
I do not recall the phone conversation.
You said that y'all had some discussions about Sarah Boone coming to the station. Was that talked about the day of this event or the next day with Sarah Boone?
It was talked about before I left the scene.
All right. And did you relate to Sarah Boone that she needed to come to the sheriff's department the next day to retrieve her phone?
I don't know if I specifically told her about retrieving her phone, but she knew that I was waiting to hear about the autopsy results and that I would probably have more questions.
All right, so you believe you told her that night, I need you to come back, maybe or maybe not about the phone, but I may have some more questions for you?
Something along those lines.
Okay. And when was it that you actually saw the two videos from Sarah's phone? Was it that evening after the interrogation in the squad car?
I've already answered, but yes, it was after the interview.
All right, and was it while you were on scene?
Correct.
Okay, and did you attempt to talk to Sarah again about that at that time? Okay. And so did you let your detective partner know about the videos on Sarah's phone?
Objection.
Overruled.
Did you let your partner know about that evidence? Okay, and did y'all discuss that issue?
Objection. Relevance work product.
Sustained.
At some point, y'all had to, were y'all working together, or were you making all the calls, or were y'all making joint decisions?
Objection. Relevance work product.
Sustained.
Ma'am?
There's no pending question at this time, ma'am.
At some point, did you form an opinion as to whether you had probable cause to arrest Sarah Boone?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, at some point I did.
Did you make that decision by yourself, or was it collectively made by others with the department?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained. You don't need to answer anything.
Detective, at what point did y'all, that next day, I think you had her coming in the afternoon?
I believe it was at 3 p.m.
Did y'all work on trying to get the search warrant for the phone?
I got the search warrant for the phone, and I believe I submitted it that evening. I would have to look at it though.
Okay. Do you know what time the search warrant came back signed by the judge?
It's documented in my investigator report, but I don't know.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you told Sarah to come in later that afternoon or the next day?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you worked on the case that entire day until Sarah Boone came in?
Yes, I attended an autopsy in the morning. That's why I asked her to come in at 3.
All right. And what time was the autopsy that morning?
It starts at 8, but I did probably get till 10. It takes quite a few hours.
Okay. And were you there alone with the medical examiner, or was there anybody else there?
I don't recall if Detective Lowe was with me or not, but yes, of course, there's doctors there.
Okay. And so in terms of your determination as to whether or not Sarah Boone was a suspect, did she become a suspect after you watched the video, the two videos from her phone the day before the autopsy?
Objection. Relevance. Custody is not disputed on the February 25th statement.
How's this relevant? If the issue is knowing and intelligent waiver, the sufficiency of Miranda and coercion, what does the formulation of probable cause have anything to do with anything?
Well, I wanted to bring out the fact that they had already made a decision before she came in for the interrogation on the 25th that they had probable cause to arrest her. So that if she, A, either didn't come in, they were going to go arrest her that day, or B, if she did come in and she exercised or invoked her rights to remain silent, that they were going to arrest her anyway. That they had already made a decision that she was the prime suspect. They had probable
What does
cause.
that have to do with any of the three issues that are raised in the motions?
It's whether or not she was in custodial interrogation, whether she was free to leave.
I don't know that that's being disputed by the state.
I think my response.
That's my understanding. The state's
Okay.
not disputing that there was a custodial interrogation, which is why, on February 25th, which is why Miranda was provided prior to that?
Judge, it was provided the day before, and she's just testified she was free to leave at any time.
Okay.
So Miranda was given on 2 separate occasions. She wasn't in custodial interrogation. Detective, am I right? The day.
Well, hang on. Before we ask any questions, let's deal with the evidentiary objection first. The objection sustained.
Okay.
You may proceed.
All right. Ma'am, you would agree that when Sarah Boone arrived that afternoon for the interrogation, she was not free to leave?
She was not.
Excuse me?
She was not going to be free to leave. No.
Okay. And so if she would have remained silent and exercised or invoked her right to remain silent, she would have been arrested anyway. And that was based on your investigation that you had the night before at the scene. It was based on her statements that she had given you in the squad car. And it was based on the autopsy that was performed the next day that you were present for. And it was based on the 2 videotapes that you saw from Sarah's phone.
Question for relevance as to what probable cause basis.
Sustained.
You had all that information before you began your interrogation on the 25th of Sarah Boone.
I had all what information?
All the information that I just related to you before you began your interrogation of Sarah Boone.
On February 25th?
That's correct.
Yes.
And you would agree that you wanted to speak to her on the 25th.
Objection for relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you wanted to get statements from her relating to the injuries to George Torres from the autopsy?
Objection for relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, I wanted to have a follow-up conversation in reference to what she told me the night before and in reference to the injuries that she failed to mention.
And you also wanted to question her about the 2 videotapes that you had found on the phone?
Objection for relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, I do want to show her the videos.
And you agree, in your opinion, the 2 videos and the autopsy were inconsistent with the story she had given you in the squad car the day before?
Objection for relevance.
Overruled.
The videos, I'm sorry, repeat your question one more time.
You would agree that the autopsy results and the videos that were extracted or taken from her phone, recording George, those 2 pieces of evidence from your investigation were inconsistent with the statement that she had given the day before in your squad car?
Overruled.
Yes.
And I believe that's ultimately the reason you arrested her, because of her inconsistencies.
Objection for relevance.
Sustained.
Now, you said you've had a chance to review the interrogation video at the Orange County Jail on February 25th of 2020.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Orange County Sheriff's Department. And also, I believe the state attorney had it transcribed. Have you had a chance to read the transcript?
I have not read the transcription. I watched the video with audio.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at my motion where the question and answers are typed out, at least the first minute or so?
No, I've not looked at your motion.
Okay. Do you recall you saying to her, I'm going to have you sit in the green chair?
Objection. Best evidence is the recording.
He's right.
Okay.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Do you agree, prior to reading Miranda, that you mentioned to her that you had received his autopsy and that you were going to read her rights again, but that we had to talk about that, referring to the autopsy?
Objection. Best evidence.
Sustained.
Do you recall making some comments to her prior to reading her the rights?
Objection. Best evidence.
Overruled.
Yes.
Is it the policy of the Orange County Sheriff's Department to make any statements to them about the interrogation prior to reading Miranda?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
One more time.
I assume that's not the first time you've read Miranda to a suspect.
Objection. Proper question.
Sustained.
Let me go back to the first question then. Is it the policy of the Sheriff's Department not to ask any preliminary questions prior to reading Miranda rights?
Same objection for the record.
Overruled as relevance.
You would have to show me the policy that you're referring to, but I was not asking her any incriminating questions during that time. I was explaining to her the purpose of the interview.
Well, have you ever been, I understand you must have undergone some training on Miranda rights and how to interrogate somebody.
Objection. Proper.
Sustained.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
Since 2013.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
Over 6 years.
Okay. Have you ever been trained or told to ask or not to ask any statements or any questions prior to reading Miranda relating to them talking to you?
Sustained.
Can you tell us if you recall saying anything to her prior to reading her Miranda?
I recall briefly talking about getting the autopsy results, and that I wish to have a conversation with her.
All right. You recall again reading her Miranda rights to her on video?
Yes.
Do you recall again omitting question number 9 on the standardized Miranda rights form for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Overruled.
How many times are we going to ask the same damn question? This guy is a complete idiot. I think my son could be a better attorney than this guy. This is ridiculous, you guys. You're not going to get this. You were wrong. It doesn't matter. The state of Florida doesn't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, Elizabeth.
Not ask her question number 5.
Okay. Do they have a Miranda cards form in the interrogation room? So you would have had that on your person?
Very possible, Walt. That would make sense. Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth. During the entire time that man was standing up there asking, he asked the same question 32 different times. What is your point? This detective did nothing wrong. She did everything exactly right. We looked this up the first time he challenged this last week. As long as the person that's being read the rights understands it, which she did clarify she did, that is all that matters. So that card doesn't even actually matter if you read what the law said that we looked up about the state of Florida. This is so stupid. This is such a waste of time. Yeah, and this is the detective that was pregnant, the one that's on stand. This is the detective that's pregnant, folks. That was pregnant then in 2020. She just lost a lot of weight since. So she did everything she was supposed to do to the T. Sarah knows that she's screwed. This attorney knows that she's screwed. They're looking for a loophole or something stupid to try to get this thrown out, if that's the case. It's not going to work. This judge is not putting up with the bullshit if you can't tell. No, it's bullshit. That's all this is bullshit, guys. Right. The state's objected multiple times. You're right, Mystic. Unbelievable. Completely unbelievable. This is so stupid and pathetic. It's a joke. Yeah, she looks. I didn't recognize her at first either, Ange. But yeah, I think that him and Sarah are like the same person at some point. Like they both acted dumb like this. Oh, Siggy, let's not get into a fight here, Siggy. I love you to death, and I don't want to not feel that way about you. So please don't you ever say that to me again. Sorry, Doodle. By the way, Doodle, your link, I linked you in chat or in the Discord. You're welcome to join me up here if you'd want to. I'd love your input on this stuff. I'm telling you. Can you imagine how bored the jury is? They're going to convict her just because her lawyer annoyed the right, Matahari. Exactly right. This is a joke. And I think she thinks she's got something here. That's the funniest part.
You may.
See if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is our waivers and affidavits.
Is that filled out of waivers and affidavits?
It's filled out by me, but there's something highlighted that I did not do.
And is that form filled out as it relates to Sarah?
We're talking about just this top, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Does it what?
Does that form, is it filled out as it relates to Sarah Boone?
In case, yes.
Is that her signature on it?
Yes.
Did you see her sign it?
Yes.
Is that your signature on it?
Yes.
And is that the consent for the phone?
The consent to search, yes.
On that form, is there also the Miranda bullets?
Yes.
That is a form that's standardized by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And you did not read a Miranda from that?
I agree, mister.
From this piece of paper?
Yes.
That's audio and video recorded? That, no.
You agree that there's not a question?
Green-eyed, jump.
Yes.
Run. But this is a joke.
Same objection to the relevance. As far as it being a consent to search her phone, we're not disputing that she was in custody on February 25th, 2020, when she gave a statement to the detectives. And again, under the case law, there's no requirement for this question 9. Under any state case law regarding the Florida state constitutional right to not be compelled to testify against oneself, nor any federal or state case law regarding the United States Constitution, the Fifth Amendment applied to this state through the 14th Amendment that requires that question to be read. It does not go to the totality of the circumstances of the voluntariness of her waiver from.
Just like I told you guys, this attorney is so stupid that a YouTuber that has a dumb name like Dago figured this out, and this man has a law degree? What? What an idiot. Look, I think Sarah hiring him may have actually done her in worse than she would have been without him, in my opinion.
Good response.
Judge, obviously we disagree.
Then where's the case that supports that? Because as I addressed previously, I read all the authorities. I mean, State versus Owens, State v. Thomas, Powell from the United States Supreme Court, which reversed the Florida Supreme Court decision. I'll talk about what's required by Miranda. And that question number 9 that you're focusing on isn't included in any of those.
I understand that, Judge.
It's the right to remain silent, the right to an attorney, before and after questioning. If you can't afford one will be provided to you. Everything you say can and will be used against you. Those are the things that Miranda highlights. The Miranda opinion itself says that. So what does question number 9 have anything to do with those things if the state case law, the federal case law, including but not limited to Miranda itself and Powell, and then the state case law of Thomas and Owens, all of which were provided either by yourself or by the state, identify what's required, and that's not one of the requirements.
She has a duty to read the rights.
But they were.
I want to finish my argument.
Okay.
She has a duty to read the rights. She has an obligation to ensure that Sarah Boone understands her rights by asking that question. Do you understand the rights I've just read?
And Sarah Boone said yes. When she read this to her, Sarah understood it. This guy is reaching so far, you guys. And I mean, come on. You don't have a case, bro. Deal with this. Move on. This is for God's sake. I'm getting mad at this point.
And then there must be a waiver. Yes, I understand the rights, and I agree to speak to you now. So for that to be freely and voluntarily given, that statement, there must be a conscious waiver of the rights. The problem with the detective is she reads the rights, do you understand the rights, and then she goes right into questioning. She goes right into questioning without saying, do you agree to speak to me? Understanding your rights, do you agree to speak to me now? That goes directly to whether or not it was freely, voluntarily, and knowingly given, the statement, and whether that waiver was. So under the totality of the circumstances, I think that evidence is relevant. It's the policy of the Sheriff's Department. Obviously, she had an old Miranda rights form, but she failed to read what we perceive as a critical question, and she's going to testify about what she perceived at the time that the detective failed to read that question and how it ties into the case. I understand that all they have to to read as those four. But I think under the totality of the circumstances
Sorry, you guys.
that this court has to apply, that should be a consideration the court should consider. I know it was an honest mistake. She had an old card. But still, I feel like it should be considered in your decision.
Anything else, Mr. J?
It's essentially the defendant stating that they want to make new case law.
I'm going to sustain the objection as relevance by virtue of the decisions in Thomas 351, Southern 3rd 197, and Owens 41, Southern 3rd 352. There's, it's not relevant as to what the questions need to be asked for the purposes of whether a sufficient Miranda waiver was given.
Do you agree, Detective, that after you read her those Miranda rights,
Hold on, guys.
was different from?
Wait a minute.
All right, they were having technical issues. It's coming back on in a second here. Sorry, guys.
And in the squad car.
Yes, I had more evidence.
That was without the autopsy. That was without the two videos from her phone in the squad car.
Yeah, I did at the time of the interview. Yes.
And in the squad car, she was free to leave.
I mean, I didn't tell her she was free to leave, but I mean, if she didn't want to talk to me, she didn't have to talk to me.
Okay. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Any redirect?
Nothing.
All right, can this witness be released?
I'd like it to stay.
All right, subject to recall. Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
No additional witnesses or evidence on this issue, Judge.
Okay, all right. Anything from your side of the ledger, sir?
Judge, I would like, you stipulated to the interruption.
No, I don't object to the authenticity.
All right, Judge, I would like to introduce. Just that one.
What is it that's been marked as Defense Exhibit B? Any objection?
Same objection. It's irrelevant.
Is it the form as of now, or is it the form as of 2020 when the? Okay. Can I see it for a moment, please? Thank you. Any additional argument with regard to the state's relevance objection?
Same argument.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. J, I wasn't specific enough. Mr. Owens, to you. Any additional argument? All right, I'm going to sustain the relevancy objection.
No, Ange. This is actually because this loon she made a sign, a calligraphy artsy looking sign that said a bunch of stupid shit like looking for a lawyer. If you have a little bit of this and a side of that, blah blah blah, whatever. The guy responded, which says a whole lot for him anyway. And I think he's doing this pro bono. This is not a court-appointed lawyer. This is not coming out of her pocket because she, of course, doesn't have anything. He's doing this for free, which thank God, because he's an idiot and should not ever charge anybody for what his version of law. So yeah, he's pro bono. Sorry, I could have just said that, but I wanted to explain to you how it happened. Yeah, with the side of zealous, and I can't remember what the first part. It was just stupid. It was so. It reads to the fact of what this thing sitting here is. Okay, and all he's trying to do is get his name out there and become important. Period. And he's making it worse for himself. Nobody's gonna pick him up. He's horrible. He's been sitting here fighting for an hour and a half or an hour over one sentence on a Miranda card that the state of Florida don't give two shits about. They don't care. As long as the person understands the rights, and she said she did, the most important parts of it, as long as they're read, that's exactly how this case law reads, guys. I've read through all of them when they brought this up last time as a motion. It's a joke. He has no case. She's screwed because she filmed it like an idiot. And he's looking for anything he can do to get her out of this. And it's not going to happen. So he's going to look stupider, more stupid, when she loses this after all the dumb shit he's doing. That's my opinion, of course. I'm just saying. It's kind of actually funny to watch this guy do what he's doing. But at some point, I almost feel bad for her because I think he's making it worse for her. No, I'm wrong. I don't. I can't stand her. So no, I don't feel bad for her at all. But this is a mess. This is a joke. Any one of us in here could stand there and be way better at this than he is. And none of us have a license. None of us have a degree. None of that stuff. You know what I mean? So what a joke.
Action for the same reasons the court articulated previously. And Mr. Owens, you had one additional exhibit as well?
This is a composite exhibit, judges the policy of the Sheriff's Department.
Do you know what page specifically those policies are on?
Page 14 of 22. I'm going to give you 2 more pages.
Is it beginning of paragraph 4, waiver of constitutional rights?
Yes.
Really, Bobby? I would love to see that. At some point, they're going to catch on to that. So he's not even allowed to practice law in Florida? Jesus Christ. That fits right into this whole puzzle. And no, I agree. She don't deserve any kind of sympathy, Demon. 100% behind you, bro. This is such a mess, you guys. This is such a mess. Poor George. I pray to God. I pray to God. I don't think that I think that justice is going to be served in this because she's just completely screwed on this. I truly feel that way. As an attorney, he should know to change policy. You have to go through legislation. Amen. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you. By the way, Sherry used to work in the courts, guys, so she does know a lot of this stuff. Wisdom speaks. I mean, sorry. The time for setting new precedent, Dago. I agree on her guilt. Jorge played a part in his own demise also, though, but the detectives dropped the ball. I don't think they did. I don't think they did. Phil, look, I went and read the law on this, and it says as long that does not have to be read in full. As long as it basically in layman's terms, as long as you get the gist of it, if the basis of it and the core of it is read, that's all that matters. And if they understand and say they understood what you said, that's it. That's what Florida law says. I'm just saying. I really don't think she did. I don't think she did at all. Just saying. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know, I have no problems with being wrong. I don't think so. The port strike is over until January 15th. Good. Oh, wow. Awesome. Thanks, Virginia. Appreciate that, brother, and welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, I've read pages 14 and 15.
All right, Judge, and then you go to 13 or 28?
13?
13, it's the next.
Oh, there's two different sets. It's a composite. My apologies.
It's split up.
Got it.
13 or 28 at the bottom, P. And then it goes on to the next page, 14 of 28. Specifically 2A on 14.
And I'm only saying that, Phil, because when this motion was put out last week, I looked this up directly. I mean, I went into and read through the whole thing, even the case law, 5 or 6 different case law I think there was on it.
Anything else?
No other argument, Judge, other than what we talked about.
Anything further?
Same arguments.
Okay, all right.
Bring it up. Let's read it. Yes, but question number 9 is on their card for a reason. It's deception, plain and simple. I mean, it could have been. I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. Don't get me wrong. And we can agree to disagree. I'm not, I'm not like that. I'm good with it. All I'm saying is I don't think at this point or in this scenario it truly matters. He can argue this till he's blue in the face. If you go back, and I will pull it up here in a few minutes, guys. Let's get through this, and I will pull it up and we'll look at it and we'll read it together and see how it comes out. Exactly. I'm 100% with you, bro. That's why I said before, if everybody agreed on everything, what fun would that be? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong about it. I'm right. I'm right there for it. I just don't think I am. That's all. And I hope you do prove me wrong, truly, because then I'll learn something. And growing is all about learning. Learning is all about growing. So absolutely. Let's get through this here a little bit more, and I will pull this up.
I'm going to overrule the objection as to relevance as to what was pre-marked as composite C. And that'll be received into evidence over objection as states 1. I'm sorry, defense is 1. Any further witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir?
Judge, I'd like to call Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone can approach the podium.
This is what I've been waiting for. I can't wait.
She was previously sworn at the beginning.
Judge, I'll be here.
Yes, sir. Hang on, the deputy's got to move her. Ma'am, you've already been sworn. Counselor, you may proceed.
And would you please state your full name?
Sarah Boone.
Well, you're going to have to speak up or move the mic.
Sarah Boone.
Yes.
Where are you currently housed?
At the Orange County Corrections Department.
Have you been there since February the 25th of 2020? Was that the date of this interrogation that we're here for on this motion?
Yes.
All right. Let me take you back to the morning of finding George Torres in the suitcase. You called 911?
Yes.
Is it true that Detective or Deputy Kayla Rodriguez of the Sheriff's Department arrived?
Yes.
What mental state did you have at that time?
I was very confused. It was very hazy. I didn't understand the monumental amount of people that were there and what they were doing with taking things from my home. I was worried about my dogs. I was worried about my son. I was in shock. I was traumatized by the situation, and then trying to focus on everything that was going on at my home. I was hungover. I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree.
Objection, Judge, move to strike. This is outside their motion to suppress. They have not made any allegations that her statement was involuntary because of her mental state or state of intoxication.
Response?
Judge, we're talking about, I'm just getting some preliminary information. Her interrogation is the next day.
The state has an obligation, and the case law cited by the state requires specificity in the motions. So it's not a game of 20 questions and a surprise.
Okay, this is the day before the interrogation.
I understand that.
We're not talking about an intoxication.
So are you going to be arguing anything in conclusion as to what happened on February 24th led to any coercive or coercion behavior on behalf of the Orange County Sheriff's Office on February 25? Are you going to bootstrap or link any of those things together?
The interrogation in the squad car and what was said to her prior to getting in the squad car that relates to what she said about it being routine protocol, yes.
I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Relating to the intoxication?
Yes. It wasn't raised in any of the 3 motions that have been filed.
Judge, I didn't ask her that. She volunteered.
I understand it. Okay. Objection sustained and stricken.
Did you speak to the deputy about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And then were you asked to stay on scene?
By both, yes. By both detectives, yes.
Okay. How long did it take the detectives to arrive after you had spoken initially with Deputy Rodriguez?
It was not right away. I don't know specifically, but it was not quickly.
Okay. Did the the 2 detectives, when they arrived, did they take over the investigation?
It was my understanding, yes.
Sustained.
At some point, were the detectives directing you what to do and where to go?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what the detectives told you as it relates to you getting in the car? Was the phone issue before the car?
Sustained.
Let me ask you about the phone. When were you first asked about your phone?
From my remembering, it was once they arrived, one of the first questions that Hopesell asked me was if I owned a phone.
And what did you tell her?
I told her it was on the kitchen counter.
All right. And what happened next as it relates to the phone?
I believe that it was brought to her with someone else. I don't remember.
Sustained.
What was the next thing that you were told or talked to about as it relates to the phone?
Unlock it.
Who told you that?
Detective Hopesell.
How did you unlock it?
She handed it to me and I unlocked it.
How do you unlock your phone?
It was with a passcode.
Okay. And when you unlocked it, did you give it back to the detective?
I did.
All right. Did you ever see the phone again?
I did not.
Okay. After that incident, was the next time you were spoken to by Detective Hopesell was in relation to the interview in the squad car?
Yes, she told me I needed to go with her and Detective Lowen to her unmarked vehicle.
And did she tell you anything about what was going to take place once y'all got inside the vehicle?
That she was just going to be asking me general questions.
All right. Was there ever any mention about normal protocol?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. What about once you got in the squad car?
I don't recall the squad car.
Okay. And that was recorded for the court to consider. And so she read you your Miranda rights?
Yes.
All right. Did you answer the questions?
I did.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a suspect?
No.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a person of interest?
No.
Did they ever refer to the videos that you recorded on your phone from the night before?
No.
Were you ever questioned about those videos at the scene?
I was not.
All right. After they finished interviewing you in the unmarked vehicle, were you allowed to get out?
Yes.
Were you allowed to leave the scene at that point?
I was instructed by those to not.
Okay. And how long did you stay on the scene?
The entire time.
How long was that? How long did it take before the investigation was completed?
10 hours or more.
At some point, did they all leave?
Yes.
And at some point, did they tell you they were finished with the work there at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I went inside my apartment and gathered a few things, and then I went to my former husband's residence where my son was located.
All right. And how far was that away?
About 5 minutes.
How did you get there?
I drove
Okay. What was the reason that you wanted to stay over there the night?
because I was terrified of his family.
Now, later that evening, you were going to spend the night there with your son and with your ex-husband?
Correct.
And did you do that?
My son, yes.
All right. Later that evening, did you attempt to contact Detective Kopsel?
I did.
What's up, Tech?
Whose phone did you use?
Former husband, Brenda.
You said your phone had been seized?
Correct.
And you had consented to that? You signed a form allowing them to take the phone?
Yes.
Have there been any discussion about returning the phone?
Kopsel told me she or Lowen or both would return back to my apartment to return my phone.
And when did they tell you this?
before they left the scene.
And did they tell you they would return your phone where?
To myself at the apartment.
And is that what you understood they were going to do?
Yes.
Was there ever any talk about you coming to the sheriff's department the day of this event?
No.
All right, so later that evening, you borrowed your ex-husband Brian Boone's phone and made a phone call. How did you know Detective Kopsel's private cell number?
She gave it to me before she left the scene.
And did you call her?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you called her?
I believe it was around 9:30 or 10 o'clock.
And that would have been on February the 24th of 2020?
Yes.
All right, can you tell us why you were calling her that night?
Before she left and giving me her personal cell phone number, she told me if I were to recall anything or if I just wanted to talk to her about something regarding the case for me to call her. So I took that to heart and felt very uneasy about how they left the scene.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
There's no pending question at this time.
Okay, you were concerned about the case and you wanted to call her?
Yes.
And did you talk to her?
Yes.
What did you say to her?
I told her in all honesty that I felt that she was trying to trick me.
Sustained.
Did you have a conversation about your phone?
Yes. I asked her.
Overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
Did you call for yes or no? She said yes, and now I don't know what's pending in the public.
Did y'all have a discussion about your phone?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that discussion?
She told me that I needed to come down to the sheriff's department because she was pregnant and asked me if I remembered about when I was being pregnant. And it would just be a lot easier for her if I were to arrive at the sheriff's department to pick up my phone.
Was there any discussion about you being interrogated at the sheriff's department?
No.
Was your understanding the sole purpose of you going to the sheriff's department the next day was to pick up your phone?
Yes.
And the sole reason for the change in plans from them bringing the phone to you was because Detective Kopsel was pregnant and not feeling well?
Correct.
So the next afternoon, did you drive to the sheriff's department?
I did.
Tell us, when you parked your car, where you went, what happened?
I parked my car and left everything as regular in my car and walked through the front door and went to the window asking who I needed to see. And they, I guess, rang them upstairs, and Detective Lowen came downstairs. And I thought I was supposed to be picking my phone up over at a particular window. And he says, no, your phone is upstairs. So we would just like you to come upstairs, and that's where you can pick up your phone.
All right, and so did he escort you upstairs?
He did.
How did y'all get upstairs?
In an elevator.
And what was he wearing?
I believe he was wearing a red shirt along with his firearm and black pants.
His firearm was on his waist?
The entire time, yes.
Okay. So y'all got off the elevator? Where did you go from there?
He brought me into a very small room and they had me sit down. And then from there, I had a list of things that I was going to ask them that I might need to do or that I could do.
Okay. So from the elevator, Detective Lowen escorted you directly into the interview room, and we've got the recording, the audio and the video. You didn't go anywhere else prior to that time. Was there any discussion that you made outside, any discussion between you and either detective about anything, the phone, questioning, anything before walking into that room?
No.
Okay. So directly off the elevator and walked into the interrogation room. And then we've got the video on that. Now, you and I've watched the video, correct? And you've seen the motion where I've referred to the question where she asked you to sit down?
Yes.
You recall that happening?
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory watching the video?
And that's a huge point right there, what Sherry just said. They hadn't gotten back the coroner's report yet, not even preliminary on it. They didn't know that George had blunt force trauma on his body, okay? Therefore, she probably wasn't looked at as a suspect because it was stated to the police, the detectives, that he basically got into the suitcase and died of suffocation. There was no talk of blunt force trauma. There was no talk of any of that stuff. Nobody knew that at that point. That's why they, after getting that report back, they wanted her to come in to talk to her about that. And she even stated that she told her the day before that, when she had last spoke to her, that when they get the autopsy report back, they would want to speak to her. period. So yes, very good point, Sherry. Very good point.
Yes.
Do you recall her saying that she had received the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying, I want to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that, referring to the autopsy?
Yes.
This was prior to you being read your Miranda rights.
Correct.
She also said, we're not done talking about the incident. You recall that?
Yes.
And then she said, we just have to do it.
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Sustained.
Were you trying to comply with the officer's demands?
Overruled.
In every way.
Were you trying to cooperate?
In every way.
Were you polite with them?
Very.
And when she said that, we just have to do it, you said, just like we did yesterday.
Yes.
And then you said, normal protocol.
Yes.
Is that what she had said the day before?
What do you mean?
Normal protocol.
Yes.
Had she said the same word? You said normal protocol to her.
I was reiterating to her what she had said to me the day before.
So she read the Miranda rights to you,
Except number 9.
except number 9. She read the rights and then she said, do you understand what I've just read to you? And you agreed that you had.
Yes.
But you were not read having these rights in mind. Do you agree to speak to me now?
Overruled.
I was not asked that question.
Is it fair to say that after she read the Miranda rights and after she said, do you understand the rights that I've just read to you, that she read right into the questioning?
She did, correct.
So she never got the answer from you. Do you agree to speak to us now?
I was never asked that.
The way that she acted, the things that she said, the fact that they had your phone. Did you get the impression you were not getting your phone back if you didn't answer the questions?
Sustained.
She was in custody?
Yeah, it's been conceded by the state in their response. There was a custodial interrogation.
But she wasn't aware of it. She wasn't aware she was in custody.
What does her subjective perception matter?
Well, under the circumstances, it would matter. I mean, she didn't feel she was free to leave. She was in an enclosed small space.
That all goes to whether or not.
She was being questioned by 2 lead detectives.
Are you serious?
Detectives. One of them was wearing
That's
a firearm.
ridiculous. Come on.
She was trying to cooperate as best she could. I think her position is that she was coerced into answering the question.
What does that have to do with coercion? Those are all factors that under Ramirez as to whether or not it was custodial.
Well, I know some of the factors are whether or not the interrogation actually happens in a police station or not, or whether it happens outside a police station. So just that environment alone.
That goes to whether or not it was a custodial interrogation. That I'm struggling with the connection on that being noncompliance with Miranda, coercion, or the third ground of voluntariness.
Well, I think it goes subjectively to her and what she was feeling, if she had a free choice or not, based on
subjectivity matter.
Excuse me, based on
subjectivity matter under the case law.
Based on the circumstances that she was dealing with at the time, whether or not she felt she had a choice.
But what does her subjectivity have to do with that?
I believe it's relevant.
Objection's overruled. I'm sorry, objection sustained. I apologize.
Did you understand you were not going to get your phone back until you answered their questions?
Sustained.
Did you have some questions for them at the end?
I did.
Did you feel like you had a choice in answering their questions?
Sustained.
Ma'am, that day, you came to the sheriff's department to get your phone?
Yes.
Did you know that you were going to be placed in custody?
I did not.
Did you know that you were going to be arrested?
I did not.
Did you know that you were going to be questioned?
I did not.
Were you trying to cooperate with law enforcement based on her statements that you have to talk to us?
Overruled.
Were you there answering her questions because she confirmed that this was normal protocol?
That was my understanding, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination?
So that afternoon on February 24th of 2020, when Deputy Kayla Rodriguez
Thank
arrived
you,
at your
Dick.
residence
I
shortly after 1
appreciate you
p.m.,
very much,
you were
Derek.
under the influence of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were impaired by alcohol, correct?
I don't know as much as impaired means. It did affect, yes.
Okay. And that was consumption from the night before, correct?
Yes.
So you did not go to brunch that morning and have mimosas or anything else to drink, correct? You consumed no alcohol in your home that morning, correct? So does that affect in any way your memory when you testify about the events that transpired between you and Detective Copesel that afternoon?
Ask one more time, please.
Did alcohol have any effect on your memory of what happened between you and Detective Copesel that afternoon?
Now or then?
Then?
Did alcohol affect my conversation with her?
There's a jury instruction that says a witness's memory and perception is pertinent. And I'm asking you, did the alcohol that you were under the influence of affect your memory or perception of the events that you testified to today that you said happened on that afternoon of February 24th, 2020?
So did they affect my answer?
Judge, I don't think she understands.
I don't.
Okay.
It's been asked 3 different ways.
So we'll leave it at you were under the influence of alcohol that afternoon, correct?
Judge, I think she said she didn't know what. She said that she had alcohol under the influence or impaired.
The objection is, the court does not entertain speaking objections. The legal grounds need to be provided. What are the legal grounds of your objection?
I know that she had said she didn't know what.
What are the legal grounds of your objection?
I would do it.
All right, you may proceed.
All right. And you understand that you're charged with second-degree murder in this case, correct? You're facing a potential penalty of life in prison, correct? Do you understand that the score sheet minimum is probably about 22 and a half years?
I don't know.
Okay. And it is your desire to have these statements excluded from the jury's consideration, correct?
Judge, I would object to that.
Sustain the objection.
Your intent is to testify differently than you have testified in the statements in State's Exhibit 1, correct?
Judge, I would object to that. I'm not understanding what the question.
Mr. J.
Judge, a witness's bias is always at issue when they take the stand, and it's our position that her credibility for all the things that she has testified to today, that particularly the things in conflict with Detective Copesel's testimony, and the court, of course, in a motion to suppress has to consider the credibility of the witnesses, and you are in the best position to do that. The appellate courts are going to be very deferential to you. It's our position that she's biased. She is charged with second-degree murder. She's facing life in prison. Based on the examination that both state attorneys and defense counsel and the state's expert witnessed today, it is the state's belief that she is intending to testify differently than she testified in the statements that she provided to law enforcement in State's Exhibit 1, and therefore she is biased in all the things that she's testified about today because it is her intent to get this statement, all these statements, or the statement on 225 thrown out so that she is not going to be cross-examined and impeached with it so that she can testify the way that she testified this afternoon.
Response.
Judge, I agree with the impeachment about being under the influence. I agree with the impeachment about what she's facing, that she may be biased because she's facing potentially life in prison. He claims 22 years on the low end. I agree with all that. We just got through at the jail meeting with the state's expert who evaluated Sarah Boone. I was present. The two prosecutors were present. It wasn't recorded. He can't be a witness now. If he's going to question her about what was said during that evaluation, then he's putting himself potentially to be a witness down the road. I don't think that's proper cross-examination about what she said there versus what she's saying here.
Anything further? Mr. J.
I am not specifically asking her what she said that was different. And obviously, if I did and she testified differently, I would have to accept that answer. There's no way for me to extrinsically impeach her with that due to the brevity of the time frame that we have all been subjected to. But I do believe it's a fair question to ask her whether or not she intends to testify differently than her statements that are in State's Exhibit 1 and consistently with how she testified this afternoon, and that she understands it would benefit her if these statements are excluded.
So I'm going to sustain the objection based on how the question was asked. I'll allow you to revisit it based on how you just explained it to me.
You gave statements to an evaluator this afternoon, did you not?
I did.
All right. And without going into the details, would you agree that there are some differences in those statements as to what is in the statements you provided to law enforcement on February 25th of 2020?
Yes.
And you understand that I would be able to cross-examine you on giving inconsistent statements at trial if you take the stand, correct?
I understand.
So you understand the benefit of this motion to suppress being granted?
Of course.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination? Okay. We can have Ms. Boone return back to counsel's table. while she's in the process of returning to counsel's table, anything else further from an evidence or testimony perspective from your side of the ledger? Okay. Anything else from the state other than argument?
Just argument.
Okay. All right. Once Ms. Boone's seated, we can proceed with any argument. And as the court identified previously, I have reviewed all y'all's authorities that were provided. Mr. Owens, it's your motion, sir. You may proceed.
Judge, my understanding of the law regarding Miranda, first issue was the defendant in custody, was the suspect in custody? Was it a custodial interrogation? We have agreed or stipulated to that fact. We're referring to the 2-hour interrogation at the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Specifically, we're referring to about the first minute or two of that video. And I think under the totality of the circumstances, the court has to determine whether freely and voluntarily and knowingly given under the circumstances. Judge, law enforcement, after they get a valid waiver of rights, that I'm not going to be silent, that I'm going to answer questions, go ahead, ask me and I'll answer the questions. Once that happens, law enforcement is trying to get a confession. Law enforcement is trying to get admissions that they can later use at trial to impeach the defendant and convict him. The law allows law enforcement at that stage to use deception, to lie, to trick. We found the murder weapon. It's got your DNA on it. Your co-defendant has come in here and confessed and implicated you. All those techniques, when it's really deception, they don't have the DNA, they don't have the murder weapon, they don't have the co-defendant, it can be utilized to obtain a confession or an admission of guilt. But prior to Miranda, you cannot deceive. Prior to Miranda, you cannot trick. That right is fundamental. You cannot be compelled to incriminate yourself. You cannot be forced to talk. It's got to be free will and a choice. And so you can't seduce or coerce someone into giving a statement. And the law is clear. When that happens, we've got to punish law enforcement to correct that type of misuse behavior. It's illegal. So you got Detective Kopsel on the one hand.
See, that detective did not coerce her into anything. Nothing at all. We watched the entire interrogation, folks. 3 times. There was no coercement. There was nothing. She asked questions. The woman answered them. End of story. There's no coercement there. I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. I'm sorry. Guy's pissing me off.
I got to read your rights. And you have a right to remain silent. But within a minute before, the detective is telling Sarah Boone, we have to do this. We have to talk to you. Now,
okay, so they get an autopsy report back after having an interview. Or I'm sorry, they get the autopsy report back after speaking to Sarah. There's no talk of kicking George in the head, hitting him in the head, stomping on his head, knocking him down the stairs, anything like that. All that was talked about was that George was zipped up in the suitcase and she went to bed and forgot about it and he suffocated. So when they get the autopsy results back, they find blunt force trauma. In turn, the detective says, we have to talk about this because this was not talked about. Absolutely. That's their job. Sarah didn't bring it up. They didn't know about it until after the autopsy came back. That's why they have to talk about it. Every bit of this is by the book. That part, okay? So none of this is fucking relevant at all. Excuse my language. I'm getting irritated as hell with this. It's stupid. This guy's an idiot. That cop did exactly what she was supposed to do. We have to talk about this because this was not talked about yesterday when we talked, Sarah. Let's sit down. We need to talk about the autopsy results. Where did this come from? How did this happen? And the whole conversation ensued from there. So no, I'm sorry, but that woman did nothing wrong. She did her job, and so did he, in my opinion, the way that they were supposed to.
That's confusing. That's deceptive.
Welcome, Sandra.
There's nowhere in policy that that should be allowed or is allowed. There's nowhere in the law that that should be allowed. It's actually illegal to tell a suspect, we have to talk to you. We just have to, before reading Miranda rights.
And therefore, that being said, even if she said that, we have to talk to you, that doesn't mean she had to talk to them. She chose to do that, okay? She chose to do that. I say lots of big words, Siggy. I'm smarter than I look, I promise. Bobby just said it. Detective comment that we have to talk to you doesn't mean the suspect has to talk to them. Right to remain silent, which she was told twice in 2 days. And she said she understood. Amen. Thank you, Bobby. God.
That is an illegal statement. Sarah Boone did not have to talk to them about the autopsy. Sarah Boone did not have to talk further about.
And Sarah Boone did not say, I have to talk to you too. Sarah Boone just sat down and spoke to them when she said, we have to talk to you. Sarah Boone could have said, no, I don't want to. Sarah Boone did it because she's an idiot. She knew what she was doing. This was not done maliciously. They didn't trick her into anything. Oh, for God's sakes. I don't know if I should even watch this.
Out what had happened. But that's the implication this detective gave Sarah Boone. It taints the Miranda that comes before it. Here's a law enforcement officer. I'm trying to cooperate. We've got to talk to you, but you have the right to remain silent.
But
right.
The statement of we have.
Exactly. He just said it himself. We have to talk to you, but you have the right to remain silent. You understand that? Yes, I do. Then why did she speak if they're going to contest it now? He just said it himself. Oh my God. Oh, I can feel my blood pressure going up with this one. That's another good point, Siggy. Is there video of... No, there's not that. That's an assumption by me, Phil. She went to her room, fell asleep. George. I don't think so. I mean, yeah, it's plausible. You're right. It is right. If that's how the blunt trauma happened, I think there's something else that happened with this, Bill. Truly. I think she kicked him, stepped on him, hit him with something. I don't know, but I don't even think that rolling down the stairs would have gave him blunt force trauma, to be honest with you. I think that he was hit with something else that she's just not admitting to. She never one time asked for an attorney. She never one time said that she was going to she was going to exercise her right to be silent. None of it, guys. We watched it 3 times. None of that. I'm just telling you. And no, that's my assumption, Phil. I'm just saying that I thought it's possible because of the way the suitcase was laying, but I still think she did something else. I truly do. I think she either beat it up with a baseball bat, stepped on it, stomped on it, kicked him, whatever. That's just an opinion I have, but there's no facts pointing to that. This is just my speculation. So she was also told that she had the right to have an attorney present, and she never requested that either. That's a very good point, Bobby. Thank you. Did she ever ask for a lawyer in the interrogation room? She didn't. No, she did not. This is her fault, not theirs. She knew what she was supposed to do and could have done. When they said, we have to talk to you, all she had to say was, I need an attorney, please. That was it. And after hearing that, are you willing to talk to us now? I mean, I understand what you're saying, Phil. I get it. I do. And I understand the debate side of this, okay? But based on what I read, and I will pull this up, we can look at it, is by the state of Florida, the Miranda law states, as long as subject understands the proximity of the rights, and they say, yes, they do, that's all that matters. Now, I don't think the detective did say that statement was not on her card. Okay, so that could be why she didn't read it. I don't think she was trying to be sneaky. I don't think personally. That's probably exactly it right there, because this is how she thinks. She thought she could talk her way out of the whole thing. I agree with that, Sherry. Now, like I said, I understand the argument and the debate side of it, Phil. I'm 100% with you. By all rights and in all legalities, she probably should have read it. But it's not enough to get this case thrown out. You see what I'm saying? Because by reading the case law and the stipulations and the standards by the state of Florida, she did what she was supposed to do. It was enough. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Have to read you the rights was made before we have to talk to you. So your argument transposes those two things chronologically.
Why are we even having it? I mean, why even have the confusion? I mean, we're sitting here Monday morning quarterbacking, but Sarah Boone was brought up there under false pretenses.
No, she wasn't. Not at all. Not at all. They told her the day before that when they got the autopsy results back, that they were going to have to talk to her about it. They got them back. And when she got there, they told her, we need to talk to you about this. That wasn't false pretenses. That's bullshit.
A traumatic event. She lost her boyfriend.
She killed her boyfriend. She didn't lose him. She killed him.
I'm coming to get my phone. I've been tricked into coming up here to get my phone. And I'm sitting here having to figure out what to do about whether to talk to these people or not. And she's talking about my rights, but then saying, we have to talk to you. We just need to do it.
Phil, I swear to God, I swear to God, there's something wrong with you, bro. I love you, but there's something wrong with you, dude. And speaking to the witness of someone's death is common practice. Okay. Oh, she absolutely thought she could talk out of this. She thinks she can talk her way out of everything. Because in some cases in the past, she has. Because she's a narcissist. Facts. There's no way in hell. No way in hell. But he's trying to get, I think, the case thrown out. Truly. That's what I think he's trying to do. He thinks he's got something here, and I truly don't think it's going to make a difference. I really don't. And the judge ain't going for any of this. You guys can see that.
And then she reads the rights. Right there within a few seconds of each other. That's improper. It's illegal. It's coercive. It forces this not to be a valid waiver of her rights under that circumstance, coupled with the fact that she came down under false pretenses. Coupled with the fact she doesn't have the ninth question. If you think about it, okay, you got a right to remain silent, you got a right to a lawyer, those 3 or 4 questions, and then, do you understand what I've just read to you? I'm paraphrasing. But then Detective Copsall goes right into questioning. Once Sarah says, yes, I understand, it's an acquiesce to authority. Okay, let me start asking her questions. The critical question is, having these rights in mind, do you agree to speak with us? That is the time of free choice. That is the time of decision for Sarah to be given that opportunity. But the way I understand, Detective Copsall had the autopsy. She had blunt force trauma. Those were not questioned. Sarah Boone was not questioned about that. They didn't know about that until the medical examiner. So she had additional information that she wanted from Sarah Boone. She had the 2 videos from Sarah Boone's phone. She had additional information from the phone that was inconsistent with a statement that Sarah had given the day before. So sure, any detective worth their salt would want a statement. She'd already said we had probable cause. We'd already made our mind up that we were going to arrest her. If she didn't come, they were going to go get her. If she came and said, I want to invoke my rights, she was going to be arrested. They wanted to get some type of admission, confession, statement that they could later use, which they're trying to do now. But under the circumstances, the totality of the circumstances about how she was induced to come down there, about telling them that she had to talk, Judge, it was coercive. We would ask that you suppress the evidence.
Any response?
Judge, the United States Supreme Court has said that confessions are good. They are good for society. It is good when guilty people are convicted. We stand by all the case law that we've cited, and you have reviewed the evidence from start to finish. Under the totality of the circumstances of that 2-hour and 6-minute statement that she gave to law enforcement, she knowingly and intelligently and voluntarily waived her Miranda rights. And under the case law, it was done perfectly fine. There is no requirement that that question number 9 get read. And as far as any credibility issues that are pertinent to the court's analysis, which the state would submit there is not, because we are conceding there was custody on February 25th, they are allowed to use subterfuge and deception to get somebody to come to the police station under the case law and authority cited.
And that is written in that law as well. They are allowed to use subterfuge and deception if they need to do that to get that person in custody. That's a fact too.
But if there is anything that is dependent upon the credibility of either the defendant's testimony or Detective Kupsel's testimony, the state would argue for the reasons of her being impaired by her own admission on the afternoon of February 24th, still from the night before, that her credibility is less than Detective Kupsel's. And of course, she has a bias and interest in the outcome of the case, whereas Detective Kupsel has no motivation to not tell the truth about whether she used deception to bring the defendant down to the police station, because that's perfectly acceptable. So we're asking you for the reasons that we stated in our multiple responses to their multiple amended motions to deny their motion to suppress. Thank you.
Any further argument, Mr. Owens?
No, Judge.
All right. Tomorrow is a court holiday. The court has had the opportunity to review all the case law. Court's going to prepare a written order, and you'll have it before the close of business tomorrow. Courthouse may be closed, but I'll be here working.
Judge, for the record, there's 2 exhibits that I tried to introduce. They will be admitted to the record.
Yes, of course. They were pre-marked. Moving now to the defendant's motion for a right to hair, cosmetics, and civilian clothing without restraints for trial. State, what, if any, positions do you have with regard to the restraints?
Again, we've already decided that issue. I don't know that there's been any new allegations alleged in the motions by Mr. Owens on behalf of the defendant, but the court has decided that already. And unless there was some sort of change in position or authority, then the court should maintain the law of the case.
Response.
Judge, just a clarification, but she's here today and she's in handcuffs, so she has difficulty writing.
Let me just interject for 1 second. She will be hands-free.
Okay.
So the issue is the leg restraints.
And Judge, she's presumed innocent. I understand security has an obligation. There's 3 doors. I assume we're going to be trying the case in this courtroom. There's 3 doors. I know that we've got several security officers here in case she were to try to flee. But she's got no access to weapons or anything of that nature. She has a fundamental right to a fair trial. She has the.
Why does she need to be any different than anybody else? I don't understand that. Why this sense of entitlement? You committed a crime. You are in custody in the state of Florida. Anybody else follows the same rules. Why does she get to be different? This is bullshit right here. I'm so tired of everything she does. There's something extra special that Miss Sarah needs. You ain't no different than anybody else that has murdered somebody else. This is bullshit. I don't even know what that is, chick. I don't. This is a joke right here. Like, you ain't no different than anybody. You want a 7-course meal before you go to court that day too, and a steak? God, I can't stand this woman.
Fundamental right to a presumption of innocence. And if the jury were to see any restraints on her freedom, they're going to automatically assume the worst, that she is a danger, and people automatically will.
She is a murderer. She murdered her boyfriend. What else do they need to see or not see? Why is this I don't get how this is even being heard. How are they hearing this right now? Oh, Stiggy, this is not a diva by any means. Not by any means whatsoever.
Take that to heart, and it will affect their decision when they go back into the jury room. So, yeah, she's going to be at the table. I don't know if we switch it. Does the prosecutor go?
No, that's your table, sir.
That's my table, closest to the jury. So she'll be sitting here with the other two lawyers and I. And the only time they're going to see her walk in and out is she's always going to be in the courtroom.
They're never going to see her walk in and out.
So the only time is when she testifies. So I guess I don't know if you have leg restraints that she can wear and walk, but we believe it's not necessary. And of course, we definitely don't want them to see her walking funny or hear something funny or see something funny. And she's walking from the defense table to the witness stand to testify on her own behalf. But I don't think it's necessary to have leg restraints. I think once she gets in here in the trial, beginning Monday, jury selection, and I assume the tables are going to stay here.
The privacy panels will be located in front as well, which will prohibit our jury from being able to see any of the leg restraints that she has.
I don't think it's necessary to have the leg restraints, Judge. I think you can bring her in with the leg restraints, but take them off right before we get started. I don't see a problem with that. I don't think she's a threat. You know, there are times when criminal defendants are in a trial and they misbehave in the middle of the trial, so they have to be restrained. But Sarah Boone, as far as I've been involved, and I think prior to that time, has always been polite and cooperative, and she understands the importance of behaving, and I have every intent that she will comply with the court's directive and she will act appropriately throughout the trial. I do not believe any restraints are necessary during this trial.
Anything further as to that issue?
Phyllis is innocent until proven guilty by a jury based only on the fact entered at trial. There's video proof of what you did. You admitted what you did. In my book, you are a murderer.
I don't believe that's case law authority on the issue. I believe so.
All right, thank you very much. With regard to your request for clothing in that, you can certainly go to the jail and provide, have whoever it is that you want to meet with her in the meeting area to get measurements from her and provide clothing. The clothing for trial will have to be provided to her at the Orange County Jail. That will be brought over with her in the morning, and then she'll be able to be dressed out downstairs. So your motion will be granted with regard to the clothing. You'll have to address with the jail having a person come in there to take her measurements. They may have to be with you, counselor, in order to facilitate that. But the clothing will have to be dropped off at the jail, and it'll be transported with her in the morning each day of trial. With regard to the appearance issue, do you have any other further argument as to that?
Judge, just what's stated in the, I made some legal arguments in the defendant's motion for the right to hair, cosmetics, civilian and clothing without restraints for trial. Just the arguments in there.
And the Estelle case that you cited spoke to being dressed out in a prison garb. It doesn't really address a prison guard in shackles. It doesn't address any beautification or anything along those lines.
I just think it's just part of a fair trial.
The other problem is it's contraband. That stuff's not even purchasable at the commissary at the jail, any makeup or anything.
So here's something that I think a lot of people are forgetting. Nobody's going to be extra nice to her because she put this entire court system through hell for 4 years. This judge, I think, is going to argue any motion put forth that gives her any kind of satisfaction, in my opinion. And I don't blame him. I'd do the same thing. The fact that you are hearing this should tell you you're missing something regarding rights under written law. Meaning what, sir?
Anything along those lines.
Well, I'm going to have the two paralegals here. I say paralegals. One's a lawyer now, and the other is a consultant. But they're females, and they can bring the cosmetics in and apply it either here in the courtroom or just outside the courtroom. I'm sure there's a waiting room. There's no place where we can apply any.
You can't put them back there because we can't allow access back there. That's for corrections and for the sheriff's department and for the inmates.
Can she be allowed? Can the two females on the team can they be allowed to apply some type of makeup to Ms. Smith?
State?
We don't have any dog in this fight. I've never heard of it happening. that doesn't mean it's not permissible, but.
If you want to try to do it here in the courtroom, that's fine. But be advised that, when we start court, we start court. So, and I intend on starting it at 9 o'clock every morning. So I'll have pleas every morning and other matters because the court still has other business at 8:45. And I plan on bringing the jury up at 9 until we select one, and then starting at 9 every day thereafter. So your motion will be granted with regard to the clothing. You can perhaps someone attend.
This woman really thinks that if she has makeup on, it's going to make a damn bit of difference for her. It's that serious. So she wants the female paralegals that are a part of his team to come in while she's in the courtroom and put makeup on her. And like the prosecution just said, never heard of it being done, but okay, I have no dog in this fight. This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life, you guys. I'm telling you, it is so dumb. Is she being tried? I think she's in Orange County, Mike. I think it's being tried in Orange County too. I think. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure that's where it's at. This is so stupid.
Travel to the jail with you, sir, Mr. Owens, to take the measurements. You'll have to provide clothing at the jail. With regard to the appearance, it's denied to have anything happen at the jail or happen in any of the secured areas. But if you want to attempt to have members of your staff apply makeup prior to trial, you certainly can do so. Court will provide you a written order with regard to the request to removal of the leg restraints. But the hand restraints will be removed. I think that it falls under the same analysis.
It needs to be done in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. And then the last item teed up for today is the, I'm sorry, yes. Yes.
What's up, Mark and Betty?
So corrections in the Orange County Sheriff's Office have just advised me that the concern is if makeup is affixed and then she's taken back downstairs and then taken back to the Orange County Jail, they don't know if it's contraband, they don't know what's placed on her person. That's the concern.
There's just going to be some facial makeup.
I understand, but
I don't see
DOC and Sheriff's Office tell me they can't do it because of the concerns that were just outlined after she's returned to the Orange County Jail facility.
Okay. Okay.
All right. You'll get an order with regard to the restraints no later than tomorrow. Moving now to the state's request for protective order. I've reviewed that.
Sorry, no makeup. No makeup for you, Sarah. Not that it would help you any. You're so dark inside. It makes you, ugh, God.
I need to understand what you're looking at, Mr. Owens, with regard to these custodians.
Welcome, Mark and Betty. It's great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining.
And supervisors at the state attorney's office.
I did not realize that was going to be addressed today.
Yes, my JA had emailed all y'all, I think last week after it was filed, and said this would be added to the hearing for. I guess that was filed on Monday, forgive me. I had emailed y'all and said that would be addressed today.
That was relating to me subpoenaing the enlisting the I think it was
it's the third amended witness list lists certain people as witnesses: custodian of records, Orange County Office of State Attorney, domestic violence supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney, victim advocate supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney, and misdemeanor supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney. And the state is seeking a protective order on the grounds that it's work product or opinion product, and requiring prosecutors to disclose work product and impede criminal prosecutions is violative of Florida law.
But as you know, we have filed our notice of intent for battered spouse syndrome in conjunction with self-defense. And we have listed and plan to introduce the fact that George Torres had been arrested, I think 3 or 4 times prior to this event. And I think on 3 of those cases, the case was dismissed against Mr. Torres. And it's going to come out that Sarah Boone had requested the charges be dismissed. And I believe it's going to come out probably through expert testimony that that's one of the conditions, or that's one of the things that they try to do, bond you out of jail and then get the charges dismissed as a battered spouse. That's a common theme. So ultimately the jury is going to hear about that, but the jury needs to know it's the ultimate position. The victim doesn't have the final say. It's the ultimate position from the state attorney's office as to whether to prosecute a case or to drop a case. Yes, they are to consider what the victim wants, and they are to consider their request, but ultimately the state attorney has to make that decision about whether a case is dismissed.
What are you going to be asking from these persons?
That.
How would that not be protected by work product?
Well,
as to whether or not it was a decision.
If it comes out that she went down there and requested the charges be dropped and they were dropped, then that gives the impression that she had the power and authority just to come down to the state attorney and ask the charges to be dropped, and they would. When in fact, the ultimate call is the state attorney's office. They don't have to drop cases even if a victim claims they do. So just that decision by the state attorney to drop it was their decision. They considered the victims, but it was their decision to drop it and their power and authority to do so, not the victim's authority.
Is this really a conversation right now? This is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Why is this even an issue? Oh my God.
Okay. Response.
That's opinion work product. That is absolutely protected. I don't understand why he believes that arrests and dismissals are relevant. What is relevant in a self-defense case is if the defendant is aware of specific instances of violence that the victim has committed, or reputation evidence that can come in from anybody, and it does not matter whether the defendant's aware of it. The notion that this sort of evidence would be admissible, much less through the vessel of sworn prosecutors, and they have now gone ahead and named people who aren't even involved with the cases. Matthew Storch, Christina Mills, and Aaron McCullough, our head victim advocate, have all now, I learned while we were at the jail this afternoon, been served with subpoenas by the defense, and we're moving to quash those. Prosecutors and victim advocates and other support staff cannot be forced to come in and say why they dropped a case. That is opinion work product. And if they want to get public records about these cases and try to get them moved into evidence, then they have to do public records requests or compel discovery from the state attorney's office, which I believe we all have. The state has just been dropped with her medical records that Investigator Lane got in 2021, even though they keep on saying in their amended discovery exhibits that they don't even have this evidence. We got dropped last Friday, the Aspire records and the Advent Health records that have documentation that Billy Lane picked them up in 2021. So the defendants had these things that are getting dropped on the state for years, and we're just getting dropped on us this Friday. And now we are having to combat subpoenas and requests for documents. It is opinion work product. The people that they have listed didn't handle those cases or make those decisions, but that is the ultimate protection, is why we drop these cases. And it's up to the defendant if she wants to come in and say, yeah, I asked to get these cases dropped. I mean, that evidence is coming in anyways through her phone extraction. She is immediately working to bail the victim out. She's immediately working on dropping charges. In fact, there's a video of her coaching the victim on how to drop charges against her on her phone. So all that evidence is going to come in, but it cannot be coming in through opinion work product of the assistant state attorneys and our support staff.
Any further argument?
I didn't make the argument. I did not make the argument that the state attorney was going to be called to ask why they dropped it, as he just referred to, where they had to explain why the case was dismissed. No, the reason for that is just to explain that they have the ultimate power to dismiss, not the victim in the case. Not why we chose to drop 3 cases against George Torres, but they have the ultimate authority. The victim does not control the case. The state attorney does.
You have a written order on the motion, protective order for tomorrow, as by tomorrow as well. Anything else, state, we need to address?
It appears, and again, been conducting motions all afternoon, it appears that we are set to allow the defense to depose our battered spouse syndrome expert at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and that will be done virtually.
With regard to the deposition of Dr. Brannon, the deadline is tomorrow.
That's set at 3 p.m.
Okay, that's still set at 3 p.m.
Yes, there will likely be a pending motion to strike if his testimony is duplicative with Dr. Harper's. My understanding from the defense is he's just going to explain what battered spouse syndrome is. It's unclear why or how that would be different than Dr. Harper explaining that.
Is that taking place here, or is that taking place in South Florida, virtually?
Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I cannot be everywhere at all times.
Okay, all right.
Judge, and then on Dr. Brannon's deposition, yes, it's set for 3. I'm just learning now that the expert is going to be available at 10, Paul's expert by Zoom. And we did talk about that at the jail, trying to schedule something for tomorrow. So she just evaluated Sarah Boone from noon to 2, and then I'm going to take her deposition at 10 tomorrow morning by Zoom. And then we're taking Dr. Brannon's deposition. If they file some type of motion about that, then of course I'm going to respond. We're going to need to have a hearing on that.
They're really taking this right down to the line because this woman was so
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Those 2 things are the
stupid
only
as
things
to
that
fire
I
all her
have
attorneys.
prior to jury selection on Monday.
Okay. If any motions are filed by anyone moving forward, please favor a copy to my judicial assistant upon filing. And if there's any authority that you intend on arguing that's not cited in the motion, please provide me that authority as well. Although it is a court holiday, the court will be working tomorrow. I will endeavor to get you written orders on all of these things no later than the close of business, hopefully earlier than that by tomorrow. On Monday morning, state if you could please bring a copy of the score sheet so that when I colloquy Ms. Boone prior to trial about the charge and the potential penalties, everybody's on the same page as to what those are. Okay?
Yes. And if y'all could send me that, I'll go out to the jail. I'm going to be here.
If you could favor him a copy of that tomorrow or Friday so that he has the opportunity to review that score sheet with Ms. Boone in advance.
Yes, and then we're going to be filing a motion in limine to exclude the battered spouse syndrome testimony that will need to be addressed. Just waiting to see now how the depositions pan out tomorrow. But based on what we witnessed this afternoon, it's the state's position that we're going to need to file a motion in limine.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you all very much. We'll address scheduling of any motions on Monday. And it may be a circumstance where, as the court had identified earlier, that we're just going to be looking at cause issues and what people may know about this case. That'll be happening before we turn it over to you all, which would include, Mr. Owens, your opportunity to voir dire on any defenses that may be being raised in this case. So it may be we may get a panel and then ask them to come back later in the week so that we can have those motions after we get that panel of 50, once we deal with all the cause challenges. Okay? All right. Thank you all very much. We'll see you Monday morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Wow. What a damn mess. This is a joke. I'm sorry. Yes, several times when she was charged. When she was first charged, it was painful to watch. Please understand, I have never said she's innocent. Oh, I know, Phil. I'm not. I have no qualms with anything you said, sir. That's what it's all about. It's a healthy debate, theory debate. I absolutely, or I'm sorry, law debate, and I'm absolutely fine with it. Doesn't change anything about how I think or feel about you as a person or as any of this, sir. I'm not like that at all. So my argument today is only to this point that detectives dropped the ball. And I don't feel that she did based on what I read. And we're going to look at that here shortly. I want to give you guys something else to see here first, though. Hold on. Because my blood pressure went up on that for sure. Hold on a minute here. Give me 1 second. So I wanted to show you guys Dr. Berry. I don't know if you guys follow Dr. Patrice Berry. She spoke about this whole thing. Okay. And I wanted you guys to see what this psychologist thought about this. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make it any different. I just thought it was interesting to hear her side of what she thought about these things real quick. So that's what we're going to check out here real quick.
Good evening.
And then we're going to move on through the rest of today. All right. This is Dr. Berry right here.
Yesterday's hearing with Sarah Boone, it started with the detective that originally read the Miranda rights in the car and then read them later before the second interview. And I really appreciated all of her facial expressions and everything. I'll be interested to see if she acts differently when the jury is there. Because you could tell that she was annoyed with the questions, like you could just tell. And I don't blame her, because the question that wasn't read is something to the effect of, now that you've been read your rights, do you understand these rights? And are you willing to talk to us? That's how the rights normally go. And at no point did Sarah seem like she did not want to be there or she did not want to talk with them. She's going to say that she was traumatized. She's going to bring up alcohol, like Sarah's going to bring up the alcohol. And we have got to get into this. And someone mentioned, did she perjure herself? And I think the prosecution is going to be submitting information because they are concerned that what she is saying now is so she can get away with a crime. I don't know how else to say it. Like they're alleging that her story has changed so significantly that they have concerns about her testimony, because the prosecution's battered spouse syndrome expert met with them. met with Sarah. The prosecution was there and the defense lawyer was there as well. So the prosecution is aware of what Sarah is going to say happened, and they have concerns. We do not know what those concerns are yet. I'll definitely keep an eye out for this. I am just I just can't. Um, and we are also, so before the end of this, I'm going to show y'all, I am working on a trial bingo card, and the goal is going to be for there to be at least like 4 or 5 different cards. I will have those finalized by no later than Sunday, maybe Saturday. But, and once they are available, they will be on the community tab. So we are going to have some Sarah Boone trial bingo cards. And it's not too like, because this is a serious process, but in the midst of this, it's so out of there. I cope through laughing. Okay. I totally cope. And Legally Blonde made her own bingo card, and I took some inspiration. And so Legally Blonde, I have your username written on my card because I really appreciated. Yes, you're blue. So and I changed it. So Legally Blonde has Boone Go cards. So not bingo, Boone Go cards. And so we are going to share those at the end. So the audio for this portion was horrific, but I do just want to share some of her facial expressions, okay? So I believe she's being asked questions by Owens, and she's going to let us all know exactly what she thinks.
Questions to her. In your welcome.
Nobody's talking yet. I don't, maybe, oh, this way, sorry.
Correct. Do you know how many questions you did read to her?
8.
Okay. And
the way she said 8. the way she said 8. Oh, poor. And she looks fabulous. Like she, and not that people have to look fabulous after having a child 4 years ago, but she looks fabulous. I couldn't help but mention that.
The question you omitted is question number 9. Is that correct?
Yes, it's actually not on my Miranda card.
I'm sorry?
It's actually not on my Miranda card, but continue.
Not on my Miranda.
What do you mean by that? It was the card that you read, it was not on the card?
We have multiple Miranda cards at the sheriff's office, but yes, that is.
And so they get into the fact that this is policy. They are trying so hard to get this thrown out. And so to me, I have a lot of respect for defense lawyers because everybody deserves a good defense. And the state should have to prove their case. And the defense is trying to get this thrown out. And so I think Owens is the perfect lawyer for Sarah. He's willing to get up and say and do things that other lawyers probably weren't willing to do. And not that he's doing anything wrong, but at times he is objecting but not giving a reason. And I hope I have a moment, because there's a point where he objects, and I think he just didn't like the question. I think he legit just didn't like what was being asked. And so we're going to fast forward to Sarah's testimony, 132:26. If you would like to see this without my commentary, please check the link in my description, okay? And we are at normal speed.
Ms. Boone can approach the podium. She was previously sworn at the beginning. Yes, sir. Hang on, the deputy's got to move her.
Exactly.
Ma'am, you've already been sworn. Counselor, you may proceed.
And would you please state your full name?
3 times.
Sarah Boone.
Well, you're going to have to speak up or move the mic.
Sarah Boone.
Yes.
Where are you currently housed?
This part annoyed, but it's fine because they're going to bring up the fact that she's been detained ever since this interview, but okay.
At the Orange County Corrections Department.
Have you been there since February the 25th of 2020? Was that the date of this interrogation that we're here for on this motion?
Yes.
All right. Let me take you back to the morning of finding George Torres in the suitcase. You called 911.
I missed that the first time. So So she, I guess, didn't know he was deceased until the next morning, which I'm not sure how that can be self-defense. So did you intend for the result to be the result? So they're still saying that she found him, that she went to bed and thought he was alive. Okay, that's what they're going with.
111? Is it true that Detective or Deputy Kayla Rodriguez of the Sheriff's Department arrived?
Yes.
What mental state did you have at that time?
Very confused. It was very hazy. I
Thanks, Mark.
didn't understand the monumental amount of people that were there, and
I was confused. I was hazy. I didn't understand the monumental amount of people that were there. Ma'am, your boyfriend died. And I believe it was ruled a homicide. And she didn't know this at that time. They are investigating a suspicious death at this time. I can understand her confusion. She's going to do.
Welcome, Witch and Leather. Good to see you.
She's going to try to talk about the state that the search left her house in. I'm not surprised.
what they were doing with taking things from my home. I was worried about my dogs. I was worried about my son. I was in shock. I was traumatized by the situation, and then
She was traumatized by the situation. We talk about Darvo a lot, and one of the bingo card options is going to be Darvo. Deny, deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. Like, she's traumatized because of what she's going through. George is deceased. She's going to talk about that. She was afraid of what his family was going to do to her. Like, I just
trying to focus on everything that was going on at my home. I was hungover. I was hungover. The state is going to do a beautiful job coming back, talking about her state of mind if she was hungover in this moment, because I don't think she ever admitted that before on any of the other interviews.
And no, she didn't, because during the very beginning sequence of the first 911 call, she said that she had only had a bottle of wine and a half a bottle, I think, actually. Now she's claiming that she was hungover. It's great to have you here, Witch, and I appreciate you very much. Phil. There's your name, Phil.
And I wish they had gotten her blood alcohol content. I wish that they had done a BAC on her that morning. Just how intoxicated was she at that point? Gretchen, I agree. I thought she couldn't get drunk, but now she's blaming it on the alcohol. Like, I just can't with Sarah. We might have to blame it on the alcohol to the bungo loose, to the bungo. Oh my gosh.
I believe intoxicated to a degree.
Objection, Judge, move to strike. This is outside the motion to suppress. They have not made any allegations that her statement was involuntary because of her mental state or state of intoxication.
Response?
Judge, we're talking about, I'm just getting some preliminary information. Her interrogation was the next day.
The state has an obligation, and the case law cited by the state requires specificity in the motions. So it's not a game of 20 questions and a surprise.
Okay, this is the day before the interrogation.
I understand that.
We're not talking about an intoxication.
Are you going to be arguing anything in conclusion as to what happened on February 24th led to any coercive or coercion behavior on behalf of the Orange County Sheriff's Office on February 25th?
So to me, this is where I don't get borderline personality disorder features from Sarah. To me, she comes off as overly controlled emotionally when she wants to be. I personally feel, I have not assessed her. I'm not her psychologist. I do not know. I personally feel like she had a significant history with alcohol. She might have a diagnosis of PTSD from childhood trauma, but none of that excuses her behavior. So that.
Exactly. Thank you, Witchin. She said one bottle between the two of them. You're hungover off a half bottle or a quarter bottle of wine. Bullshit. I call bullshit. Sorry. Thank you, Witchin. Thank you for remembering that. Hey, Tomboy, that's a joke. Now she's hungover. Before she wasn't. But you could hear how drunk she is. Bullshit.
Diagnosis just helps me understand, but it doesn't mean that you get to do whatever you want. To me, she comes off more narcissistic to me. Just it's all about her. I think she is loving being up here and watching all of this play out. I truly think she's really enjoying this. And the reason why I continue to cover it is because I think we can.
Because all the attention is on Sarah. That's exactly what she's loving about all of this. She is the center of attention. Everybody's paying attention to her. Phil says, so her opinion is worthy of an influential seat. And she doesn't know the facts. So what of her opinions prior to? This is Dr. Patrice Berry. She's a psychologist.
Can learn from this. I'm sure there were people in her life that were like, something just seems off. And voluntary intoxication. So if the
I'm just using this as this could be anybody. Okay. I'm just getting somebody else's opinion that has a degree in psychology. That's all we're doing. It doesn't mean that she's right or wrong. I'm just taking that so that we can see this side of it from a psychologist side. That's all.
alcohol was a part of a factor of what happened. I'm not a lawyer, but from all the lawyers I watch, especially in Florida, she can't use voluntary intoxication as a defense.
Are you going to bootstrap or link any of those things together?
The interrogation in the squad car and what was said to her prior to getting in the squad car that relates to what she said about it being routine protocol, yes.
All right, I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Relating to the intoxication?
Yes. It wasn't raised in any of the 3 motions that have been filed.
Judge, I didn't ask her that. She volunteered that.
I understand it. Objection sustained and stricken.
Did you speak to the deputy about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And then were you asked to stay on?
Mystery says, oh my God, SB equals BHB. Help us all, Dr. Barrett. I wish she would eval. Yeah, 100%. That'd be great. Seeing Bullhorn get, yes, I'm right there with you on that, Mystery. She's not saying her drinking removes guilt. They asked if it affected her memory about the interrogation. It shouldn't have. I don't think it did because she answered all her questions perfectly fine when she was asked when we watched the interrogation. I think the good doctor's getting right. I can agree, Mystery. I'm sorry, not greasy hair, nasty grease, Bill. Oh yeah, Phil's got opinions for sure. If you're going to claim that alcohol is a contributing factor, at least let it be. Thank you. I mean, wine just doesn't seem like it should be able to do that to somebody. You know what I mean? Then again, if you drink 4 to 5 bottles of it, then sure, it makes a difference.
Scene.
By those, yes. By those detectives, yes.
Okay. How long did it take the detectives to arrive after you had spoken initially with Deputy Rodriguez?
It was not right away. I don't know specifically, but it was not quickly.
Okay. Did the 2 detectives, when they arrived, did they take over the investigation?
It was not beginning, yes.
No foundation. Sustained.
At some point, were the detectives directing you what to do and where to go?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll add that to the list too.
Can you explain what the detectives told you as it relates to you getting in the car? Was the phone issue before the car?
Sustained.
Let me ask you about the phone. When were you first asked about your phone?
From my remembering, it was once they arrived, one of the first questions that Hopesall asked me was if I owned a phone.
And what did you tell her?
I told her it was on the kitchen counter.
I want you all to notice the clarity with which she's able to understand and answer her attorney's questions. On cross-examination, she's going to all of a sudden not know what words mean and how words go together. Because to me, the prosecution's question is pretty clear, but she's somehow not going to understand the question.
All right. And what happened next as it relates to the phone?
I believe that it was brought to her with someone else. I don't remember.
Yes, by stating that she was hungover, okay? By stating, and I'm sure he told her to say this, by stating that she was hungover in this conversation, it's basically her claiming because she was hungover, she did not understand that she was being interrogated. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Okay? And for the main reason, she was not hungover enough to ask all the 355 questions that she asked you guys. She was repeatedly asking questions. She was repeatedly stating it was unintentional. It was not intentional. She remembered everything about that night, but now she's hungover. Come on. This is... God, you guys, it's too much.
Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Sustained.
Cross-examination.
What was the next thing that you were told or talked to about as it relates to the phone?
Unlock it.
Who told you that?
Detective Coopsall.
How did you unlock it?
She handed it to me and I unlocked it.
How do you unlock your phone?
It was with a passcode.
Okay. And when you unlocked it, did you give it back to the detective?
I did.
Did you ever see the phone again?
Because it was evidence in a crime.
Yeah, I've already used it twice. It's one of those little wrist cuff things. I got it. No worries.
After that incident, was the next time you were spoken to by Detective Coopsall was in relation to?
It's not any different, Phil. That's the thing. Every defendant's going to use it. And I would call the same bullshit on every defendant if they use this same thing. Just saying. I don't like her because of the way she's been throughout this whole thing. The fact that it's 4 years into this, the fact that she fired 8 attorneys, the fact that she's been so entitled through everything, expecting her phone, bail hearing, and all sorts of other things, the entitlement has made me not like this woman. I still stand by the fact that they need to prove her guilty. That's something I won't falter on, whether I like her or not. But she's trash as far as I'm concerned, and she is just an entitled piece of garbage. I'm sorry. I don't understand it. I don't get it. What are you talking about? No fair with the cute kid B. What do you mean? Absolutely, Barbara. There's nothing she's saying that I will stand. After watching all of her interviews, no way. Yes, but he is not a real lawyer. He's a YouTube wannabe. He got a degree, but never been a lawyer till this case. That's what I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I figured you'd like that, Barbara. That's for you, by the way.
The interview in the squad car.
Yes, she told me I needed to go with her and Detective Lowen to her unmarked vehicle.
This is a good question. So if for some reason Sarah Boone ever is released again, so I don't know if she's done any treatment. I don't know if she's acknowledged the role that alcohol has played in her life before. During the interrogation, she says she's never going to drink again, but it seems to be a way to kind of get out of trouble. And I've worked with...
Phil, who are you talking to? Are you in the right chat, bro?
with people that have struggled with alcoholism,
Break 'em
especially
out.
as a secondary, where the co-occurring disorder with a mental health concern, where they have depression, anxiety, PTSD, and alcohol is one of the worst things you can mix with PTSD because alcohol messes up your sleep cycle. It messes up your ability to like think before you act. So I would rather, if my clients are going to do anything in Virginia, we have legal cannabis as a medical thing where people can get a medical card and they can talk, like they can get it from a dispensary. And as long as they don't have negative interactions, as long as they're okay with that, if clients are going to do something.
Oh, I get it. I got you. I missed out what you were saying. I grabbed it. I got it now. Sorry, bud. I just got to use it. When I hear it, I got to say it. Sorry.
But alcohol is one, because it lowers inhibitions. And I think she was a mean drunk. I think she got upset when she was intoxicated. And her ex, Brian, talked about how she would get aggressive towards him. And so those are.
Yes, many, many times her ex, who was 3 times her size. Yeah, I covered it, Misfit. We covered the update on Morgan Nick 2 days ago, I think it was. It's on my show from 2 days ago. Yeah, it was 2 days ago. But I did see it, absolutely. Thanks for jumping in, Misfit. But yeah, her ex Brian testified to the fact that multiple times she would beat up on him. Seriously. I told you guys before, I feel like she was the aggressor in any one of those situations with George. Truly. After seeing how he acted, how calm he was and laid back he was, even getting arrested, I think she was the aggressor when she would drink every time. And I think it all goes back to when she was on that show on Nickelodeon and she lost and she just couldn't get over it. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. But anyway. Yes, she reminds me a lot of Bullhorn, to be honest with you. I try get everybody the benefit of the doubt. Listen, in the very beginning, before she got arrested, okay, I didn't feel this way towards her. But watching everything she's done throughout this past 4 years, up to this point, the entitlement has pissed me off to no end. I can't stand her now. Truly, I cannot, because of how she's acted. She's no better than any other criminal or any other suspect or any other defendant that's ever been involved in a situation like this. Why does she think she needs to act better? Or she deserves more? I don't understand any of that. That's bullshit to me. Sorry.
Those are my thoughts. In my personal opinion, she does not appear to take responsibility for her actions and the role she plays in things. And that is not great.
Never has.
Potential prognosis. So a person has to admit that they have a problem. That's step one. And then they have to do the work to address that problem. And I don't know. I don't know if she's willing to do that. I don't know.
And did she tell you anything about what was going to take place once y'all got inside the vehicle?
That she was just going to be asking me general questions.
Was there ever any mention about normal protocol?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. What about once you got in the squad car?
I don't recall the squad car.
Okay. And that was recorded for the court to consider. And so she read you your Miranda rights?
Yes.
All right. Did you answer the questions?
I did.
So she read you your rights. You answered her questions. I can't wait. I don't think they're going to get this thrown out. I could be wrong. I don't know that there's any evidence that she was promised anything, that she was coerced in any way. I'm not aware of anything. I could be, but I'm not aware of anything. And the police are able to trick you a little. So they are able to say, hey, oh, come on down, come and get your phone, knowing that, oh, you're going to be arrested. Your phone is part of the trial. You're never going to see that again. That wouldn't be something that was violated, to my understanding. And it'll be up to a court to determine it. But police are able to do that. That's why your first thing is lawyer.
Did they ever
or just don't do crimes? Don't do crimes.
Indicate to you that you were a suspect?
No.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a person of interest?
No.
Did they ever refer to the videos that you recorded on your phone from the night before? Were you ever questioned about those videos at the scene?
I was not.
All right, after they finished interviewing you in the unmarked vehicle, were you allowed to get out?
Yes.
Were you allowed to leave the scene at that point?
I was instructed by those to not.
Okay. And how long did you stay on the scene?
Don't do crimes.
The entire time,
How long was that? How long did it take before the investigation was completed?
10 hours or more.
At some point, did they all leave?
Yes.
And at some point, did they tell you they were finished with the work there at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I went inside my apartment and gathered a few things, and then I went to my former husband's residence where my son was located.
All right, and how far was that away?
About 5 minutes.
How did you get there?
I drove
Okay. What was the reason that you wanted to stay over there the night?
because I was terrified of his family.
Now, later that evening, you were going to spend the night there with your son and with your ex-husband? And did you do that?
My son, yes.
All right. Later that evening, did you attempt to contact Detective Kopsel?
I did.
And whose phone did you use?
Former husband, Brian Boone.
You said your phone had been seized?
Correct.
And you had consented to that? You said.
All right. So I saw this question. Can anybody answer if they know what the reason was behind all of the defending attorneys to not take the case? So she's had previous attorneys. So there were, I think there might have been 4 or 5 of them that had previously defended George. And so they had to withdraw because of conflict. I think the longest attorney she's had, and I think Bankowitz did an interview with Court TV, was like 1.5 years. She also had Padilla, who she had and that was a private attorney that she had that person for a period of time. And then she went through a bunch of others. I have a link down in the description where the judge goes over all of her history with prior attorneys. She has a history of being difficult. And Bankowitz said this was not a one-person case. What she requires, the amount of attention and support and the amount of input that she wants to have in the case, that it needed to be more than one person. And she had public defenders in the past. I think Brian might have paid, her ex-husband, I think might have paid for one of them, like for a period of time and then stopped. But it's a whole thing.
Signed a form allowing them to take the phone?
Yes.
Have there been any discussion about returning the phone?
Hopeful told me she or Lowen or both would return back to my apartment to return my phone
And when did they tell you this?
before they left the scene.
And did they tell you they would return your phone where?
To myself at the apartment.
And is that what you understood they were going to do?
Yes.
Was there ever any talk about you coming to the sheriff's department the day of this event?
No.
The police are able to trick you. They just are.
All right, so later that evening, you borrowed your ex-husband Brian Boone's phone and made a phone call. How did you know Detective Kopsel's private cell number?
She gave it to me before she left the scene.
And did you call her?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you called her?
I believe it was around 9:30 or 10 o'clock.
And that would have been on February the 24th of 2020?
Yes.
All right, can you tell us why you were calling her that night?
Before she left and giving me her personal cell phone number, she told me if I were to recall anything or if I just wanted to talk to her about something regarding the case for me to call her. So I took that to heart and felt very uneasy about how they left the scene.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
There's no pending question at this time.
Okay, you were concerned about the case and you wanted to call her?
Yes.
And did you talk to her?
Yes.
What did you say to her?
I told her in all honesty that I felt that she was trying to trick me.
Sustained.
She can't talk about what she thinks somebody else was trying to say or do. This was a good question and a good place to pause. So Sarah, her face naturally turns down. She has that she has resting bitch face, but like it's just her face. But it's just how, because people whose mouths naturally turn down, sometimes they'll look upset even when they're not. And then we also have projection. So my heart breaks for George's family. And it's hard to see somebody not take responsibility for any of it. And her behavior has been escalating over this period of time. I am glad that she has a lawyer. This would have been hideous if she had to do this all on her own. It would be constant, Judge, I don't understand. I'm not a lawyer. I was forced to do this. Like, it would have been so bad. So I am glad that Owen stepped up. The prosecution has a solid case against her. And in my opinion, this is not self-defense. So self-defense is normally a more lethal form is normally used. Normally a pew-pew, or like normally it's something lethal and fast. It's not a suitcase. And what this sounds like is an alcoholic blackout to me. I've said that a few different times, that she might have been able to talk it down to maybe manslaughter, because her initial statements of it wasn't intentional, it was not intentional, it wasn't on purpose. But that video she recorded with him in the suitcase is the most damaging piece of evidence they have. And I think once the jury sees that, I think it really says a lot. Those are just my thoughts.
Did you have a conversation about your phone?
Yes. I asked her.
Yes.
Overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
She does, though.
Yes, and now I don't know what's pending.
Did y'all have a discussion about your phone?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that discussion?
She told me that I needed to come down to the sheriff's department because she was pregnant, and asked me if I remembered about when I was being pregnant, and it would just be a lot easier for her if I were to arrive at the sheriff's department to pick up my phone.
Okay.
Was there any discussion about you being interrogated at the sheriff's department?
No.
Was your understanding the sole purpose of you going to the sheriff's department the next day was to pick up your phone?
Yes.
And the sole reason for the change in plans from them bringing the phone to you was because Detective Kupsel was pregnant and not feeling well? So the next afternoon, did you drive to the sheriff's department? Tell us, when you parked your car, where you went, what happened?
I parked my car and left everything as regular in my car, and walked through the front door and went to the window asking who I needed to see, and they, I guess, rang them upstairs, and Detective Lowen
But she
came
was
downstairs, and I thought I was supposed to be picking my phone up over at a particular window. And he says, no, your phone is upstairs. So we would just like you to come upstairs, and that's where you can pick up your phone.
All right, and so did he escort you upstairs?
He did.
How did y'all get upstairs?
In an elevator.
And what was he wearing?
I believe he was wearing a red shirt along with his firearm and black pants.
His firearm was on his waist?
The entire time, yes.
Okay. So y'all got off the elevator. Where did you go from there?
He brought me into a very small room, and they had me sit down, and then from there I had a list of things that I was going to ask.
She had a list. I think one of them, she wanted the ring back, because I guess she had given George a ring and she wanted it back. But they weren't married or anything, so his personal effects go to his family. She can't get it, even because she was kind of mad, because she's like, but I paid.
She asked the dumbest questions throughout this. I mean, they were so stupid. And guys, she knew what was going on, because she was, if you remember the interrogation when we watched it, she talked around that the whole time. She talked around her guilt and her arrest the whole time. She was reaching for them to tell her that she was being arrested. She was hinting around to, well, when I go home and when I do this and when I do that, she knew what was happening. That's the problem right there. She knew the whole time. She's a narcissist. She plays head games with people, or she tries to.
For it. No, ma'am. His personal effects go to his family. His family is never going to give her that ring back. I wanted to talk about something. So why do people lie? People lie for a variety of reasons. Some people are compulsive liars, where they will lie to you about the color of their shirt. They will lie to you about something that you can clearly see.
Exactly, Phil.
Some people are pathological liars, and that's lying for a reason. They're lying for a purpose. They are lying to manipulate, control, those kinds of things. So right now, Sarah is trying to be creative. Do y'all remember her what's the word? Her ad where it's like, can you be creative? So this was in my personal thoughts. So I don't know if she lied or not. I think the state thinks she's lying. They definitely think she's lying, but it's so true, because she doesn't have Brian. She used her ex-husband's alimony to pay for her boyfriend's ring. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna keep going. I think I have to speed her up to 1.25. I just can't. we'll see. I'll slow it back down if we need to.
Then that I might need to do or that I could
It's too fast. We have to do normal. That's fine. We can do normal.
do.
Okay. So from the elevator, Detective Lowen escorted you directly into the interview room, and we've got the recording, the audio and the video. You didn't go anywhere else prior to that time. Was there any discussion that you made outside? Any discussion between?
Okay, so I'm not gonna make you guys go through this entire testimony again or any of this. I just wanted you to see some of what Dr. Berry thought of her specifically and the way she's acting. That's all I was trying to show you guys. I truly, honestly don't get her attorney or her. I don't. Okay, at all. I don't understand her entitlements. Any of this. I don't know where this comes from. I've never seen anybody act like this ever. I've seen other defendants argue their case and this and that and everything else. I've never seen anybody come out like she does, guys. Ever. Just so you know. Just saying. So I just haven't. Sorry. There's just something about her after 4 years of this mess that rubs me so wrong. It rubs me raw, just to be honest with you, okay? Nothing about her tells me there's any form of innocence whatsoever. Plus, we saw it. We saw it, you guys. There's nothing she can say that is going to tell me in any way, shape, or form that she's, first off, an abused spouse. Second off, that she was defending herself. It's bullshit. She knows she's done. And at this point, she's just reaching for whatever she can find to defend herself, to get herself off of this. And like Phil said, like any other defendant would. I agree. The problem I have with it is the entitlement. Just, you're on video, chick. You did that. You videoed it yourself because that's how stupid she is. Defend against any and all accusations by any legal means possible. Who wouldn't if you feel you're being overcharged and in it? But that's the problem. She never knew what it's like to be inadequately. I don't think she does think those things, though. That's the problem, Phil. She's definitely not being overcharged. It ain't. She's not being overcharged. She murdered somebody. End of story. He was begging for his life, exactly, brutally, and she laughed at him. And I'm telling you, this was premeditated. I don't think she's being charged enough, personally. It was a premeditated situation, in my opinion. One chance at first defense appeals are hard to get. Much harder still to win. Okay. But still, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, coming into this whole situation, especially after hearing her ex-husband's testimony to the fact that she used to beat him up all the time and attack him all the time, the story tells itself. You don't even need a narrator for it. You know what I mean? And again, this is just my own opinion. Nobody has to agree with this. I'm just telling you. That's how I feel about it. The trial is going to be interesting to watch. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. So I did have this other thing I wanted to show you guys in regards to the Mickey Stein shooting Judge Mullins. Hey, Doodle. Good to see you, dear. Couple things, actually. This is one of them. Hold on here. I hope this lets me play this. You're fine, Doodle. You're fine.
Finally been revealed as to why this sheriff fatally shot a judge in cold blood. Video of the shocking shooting was just played in court. Most of it is too graphic to show, but you can see the sheriff firing at the judge multiple times. Relatives of the Kentucky judge could be heard sobbing.
The cries and the wails that you heard once they saw what was happening with the judge in the corner trying to protect himself, I can't imagine what his family went through.
Now in bombshell testimony, a police officer is revealing there was a dispute between Judge Kevin Mullins and the Kentucky sheriff, Sean Mickey Steins, involving the sheriff's teenage daughter. This lip-syncing video of the sheriff and his daughter shows them goofing around as she sits in the back of his police car. Their choice of songs, of all things, I Shot the Sheriff. The police officer testified that the sheriff's daughter's phone number was on the judge's phone.
I was told that Sheriff Stein had tried to call his daughter, and he had tried to call his daughter from the judge's phone also.
Moments later, he shot the judge.
The sheriff's teenage daughter's phone number was already in the judge's phone. And that's what he's doing in the moments before he fires his weapon. So it's clear to me and clear to everyone that the motivation behind this is connected to the sheriff's teenage daughter.
I think everybody has come to that conclusion. I think. Now let me find this here. One moment here. Hold on. So that's what we're confused about, or I'm confused about with this one. They stated yesterday that the sheriff called his own daughter on the judge's phone, set the phone down, and then that's when he went ballistic. I think that's the problem, that her number was programmed into his phone and he called her. Oh my goodness. So where did it go? Hold on a minute, guys. I know which end. I don't know what it is for sure though. I want to know what I'm trying to figure out what that connection is. What would I think a lot of us were trying to figure out what actually possibly happened with that scenario there. Hold on. Right, Metahari. Right, and that, in a sense, is if that set him off. There's got to be more to it than that to set him off to shoot somebody, in my opinion. Okay, there's something else that goes with that, I think. Hold on a minute here. Let me see if this is it. I think this was the new news brief on this. Hold on. This was the one I was looking at. It basically states that there was some kind of new info with it. So I don't know. I need a hero. I think they're gonna try to put this guy in for the sheriff for the death penalty. Truthfully, that's an opinion. I don't know if it's true or not, but we'll see.
New video tonight coming into us of the moment that a Kentucky judge was gunned down in his chambers, allegedly by the local sheriff. We're going to show you a short clip of this video. It's from a surveillance camera. There is no audio. We have to warn you, it is disturbing. We're only going to show it once. And the footage.
All right, so this is a little bit clearer than it was. I'd like to know what this conversation was beforehand.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
What did you see here? The judge is, they're close quarters of the judge. What did you see here? The judge is, they're close quarters of the judge is seated, puts his hands up. You see the gun raised. What we're not showing you, of course, are the moments after. We've stopped the video here. The judge tumbles out of his chair. The gunman walks around the desk and then fires more shots. The video shown in court as prosecutors presented evidence of their case against the ex-sheriff now charged with killing that judge, Kevin Mullins. Sean Stein has pleaded not guilty to the charges. Adrian Broaddus is joining us now. It is hard to watch even those moments of the video. Apparently, when this was played in court, you could hear gasps and sobs from those in the room here. Talk us through where this case goes next and what else we're learning.
Hallie, indeed, visually, that video is tough to see and overwhelming for the folks who were in the courtroom. It captured the final moment of the judge's life. Inside of the courtroom, people wept as that video was played. His family looked away. Sitting behind the sheriff, his wife and daughter. His wife covered her eyes and looked away. And at one point, the sheriff wiped his eyes and started writing down notes on his notepad. The motive behind this shooting is still unclear. But during cross-examination, when Sheriff Stein's defense attorney was interviewing the lead investigator on this case with the Kentucky State Police, the moments leading up to the shooting and what happened was revealed. Take a listen.
I was told that Sheriff Stein had tried to call his daughter, and he had tried to call his daughter from the judge's phone also.
And have officers confirmed that the sheriff's daughter's phone number was on Judge Mullins' phone?
Yes.
And we know before the shooting, there was an exchange of phones where the judge came out in court yesterday, the sheriff had been trying to reach his daughter on his personal cell phone and then called his daughter from the judge's phone. Why that number was on the judge's phone is still unclear. The lead investigator did say he doesn't have any evidence that this shooting was pre-planned, Hallie.
Adrian Broaddus, thank you very much for that and for staying on top of it.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
At this point, I wonder. Daughter was 17 from what I understood. My understanding is that she was 17, unless I don't know. But the point is, it's starting to look like that there was some form of a relationship between the daughter and the judge. And that, in my opinion, may be what set him off. When they were at lunch, there was a conversation had, and the judge said, "Do we need to have a private conversation in my chambers?" or something along those lines. Steins got up, pissed off, took his lunch, and left. Next thing you know, we're back at the office. He comes in there, brings his phone, tries to call his daughter. She doesn't answer. From my understanding, he asked to use the judge's phone, calls his daughter from that phone, and she does answer. And after that, he goes nuts. That's what I'm thinking, Mystery. Very possibly what I'm thinking at this point. It may come out that that's what it was. When the defense puts it out there, I'm thinking that's probably going to be it. I know, Doodle. She can't, though. She's got a bunch of these things. I was helping her here and there while we were watching that stuff. So, sitting over here doing things to help with it. Yeah, they stated, I think that actually the detective said she was 17. Yeah, Mystery. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think was the trigger point for him. It also depends on when it started. This could have been happening for years. The judge and sheriff, and yeah, that's true too, Alicia. That's very true. Very possible. Thank you, Sherry. Again, if anybody's interested in grabbing any of the True Crime Cafe merchandise, there's a link for it right there. We got plenty of cool stuff in there and more to come. So please go grab what you would like. Oh, I'm sure that they have talked to the daughter, but if it's she's going to tell him what she wants to tell him. We don't know at this point what's coming out. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's crazy, you guys. It's a crazy scenario. But that's my updated theory, is that very possibly may have had something to do with. There was a possible relationship between the judge and the daughter. Holy hell, it's been that long. Okay. You can't really judge him, Mystery. I don't. I'm not judging him until I know what's going on. You know, I'm not going to make judgment against him until I know what happened. We very well may have it completely wrong. You know, once we get to trial and we hear everything, and if it all comes out, that's when we're probably going to be able to make judgment. But it's coming quick. It's coming quick. Pretty crazy, though. Pretty crazy. So that's Sarah's hearing. We looked into that Chimney Rock stuff, which if I come to find out that's true, that's crazy. That's all I can say. And the only thing going on in that case with the sheriff and the judge is just, I don't know. I don't even know what to think at this point. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing that gets me, is that he was so quick to do it, and then he was going for kill shots, folks. He wasn't just trying to hurt this guy. He wanted him done and extinguished completely. So right. All right, guys. I think that's gonna do it. We've been here 4.5 hours, and I'm tired. So thank you guys very much for joining me. I will be here in the morning for the morning show with Doodlebug. I hope you're all having a wonderful rest of your night. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. Told you guys I'm burnt. Much love to everybody in here. I really appreciate you guys so very much for everything. Anybody that may have donated to the channel, thank you so very much. We definitely do not expect it, but appreciate it more than you know. I appreciate all the support that you guys give this channel in every aspect whatsoever. You guys are absolutely amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And please, please don't change a thing. You guys are absolutely amazing. Much love to each and every one of you guys. Good night. God bless. And I will see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Rises, streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he at the strings. A hero in the darkness, yeah, the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, a streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim's story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, yeah, the truth he brings. Dangle's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim